So we are going to have a discussion, you guys. So I need y'all to, grab y'all something to drink on, maybe some chips or popcorn, because we're going to go to class, okay? We're going to go to class. We're going to go to school this afternoon, okay? Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hold on. Oh, shoot. I don't have to go nowhere. I didn't see it right here. Hold on. I don't have to go nowhere. All right. I think my grandbabies are in here listening to me because they talking about we gonna be on your live. We gonna be on your live. Anyway, them jokers 10 and 11. So shout out to the grandkids if they in here. But nevertheless, we're gonna go to school today. Okay, we're going to learn a little something today. Now, she said, I got my yogurt drink. Okay, get your yogurt drink, get your popcorn, get your chips, peanuts, whatever you snack on. We are going to go to class today, okay? Because what we could do is sit around and think and wonder and think and wonder all day long. However, I think it's important for us to also learn other things than just thinking, right? So what do I mean by that? So I woke up today and of course I heard that, oh my God, this person is spinning out again, crashing out, yelling, screaming to the top of their lungs, been on live all day, whatever the case may be. So what I decided to do, I could have came out here on 10, okay? But I decided not to. I said, you know what? Who is that going to help? Is that going to help me? No. Is it going to help the supporters? No. Is it going to help the enemies? And I say enemies, not necessarily enemies, but just a figure of speech at this point. No, it's not going to help anybody. So I said, you know what? I would rather give the loud talkers something that they can understand, okay? So I'm going to come from a more educational standpoint so we can understand what we're dealing with, okay? So today, you guys, we are going, the topic says, who the F did we support? Okay, who the F did we support? So with that being said, we're going to learn today about narcissistic injury, okay? Now, this is Dr. Rami. She's a very good breakdown. I want to say she's a doctor, right? And she covers narcissists, like she specialized in narcissists. I would love for you guys to hear what she says a narcissistic injury is, okay? Narcissistic injury. We're going to listen to it and we're going to do commentary on it, but I'm interested in knowing what it is. But before we get into it, I do want to go over some things. Hold on 1 second while we doing that, okay? And then we're going to listen to what she has to say. So, from my understanding, a narcissistic injury happens when someone damages the narcissist's fragile ego or self-image, okay? So when somebody that has narcissistic behaviors, when their image or their ego, okay, is challenged or, they feel that somebody is stepping on their toes or exposing them, then they go into what you call narcissistic injury. And it's different steps to it, and we're going to go into it, but it's definitely all about rejection, okay? When someone rejection, they feel that their image and their sense of superiority is damaged, okay? So we're going to talk about it. It is an emotional wound to a narcissist's ego and self-image, all right? So let's listen to what Dr. Rami has to say about narcissistic injury, and we're going to talk about it from there. Turn your volumes up, you guys. We are in school, okay? Here we go.
So let's start with, then, let's talk about this term of narcissistic injury. So let's talk about what we mean by an injury in general. An injury is something that hurts us and harms us. We typically reserve this term for something more physical, like a bruise or a burn or a broken bone or a sprain, sort of physical injury. So that then begs the question, can injuries be psychological? And obviously they can. I mean, someone can hurt your feelings, An incident can hurt your pride. I don't know, if you split your pants or you get a big red wine stain right on the front of a white dress. Just like a physical injury, a psychological injury also results in pain. It's psychological pain, but it's pain nonetheless. And interestingly, neuroimaging studies show that psychological pain looks like physical pain in our brains. Now, what about, though, when it's your ego that gets injured? That may happen when someone...
And I want, as we listen to this, I want you guys to apply this to anybody in your life that you know is a narcissist, or you think that's a narcissist, or have narcissistic traits, okay? I want you guys to apply what she's saying to the person that you think is a narcissist.
critiques or says something to you about something that's very significant to your sense of self, or it hits a particular vulnerability of yours. Now, we can all, any of us, can get our egos injured. Let me think of a silly example. I'm a psychology professor, right? So I'm a psychology professor, and I might be having dinner with friends, and they have a high school student who's taking psychology, and they get a fact or a theory about psychology or a date right that I got wrong. It's not a big deal, but I gotta tell you, it'd probably make me feel a little bit icky and uncomfortable for a minute. I wouldn't have felt that same kind of ego injury if the issue had been a math problem or a question about physics or something like that, but I should know that. Change the subject matter, and whether it's you're a chef or a seamstress or a history teacher, whatever, you kind of get where I'm getting at. Now, the healthiest people out there might get a little bit defensive and then let it go and see that it's really not that big a deal. And I'll probably never forget that little psychology factoid. In fact, a little bit of Dr. Ramani trivia. I very fondly remember one of my first ego injuries. I happened to be a really good speller in elementary school. In fact, I got the 4th grade spelling award, and I was so proud of myself. And I was on a fast track to win the spelling bee. And it was like the only thing I was good. I couldn't kick a ball. I couldn't do anything, but I could spell. And in the spelling bee, I spelled the word sincerely wrong. So help me, that was over 40 years ago. And I have never spelled the word sincerely wrong ever since. Every time I sign a letter, I'm like, oh. So it's those little things that stick it to us, but we move on. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even remember who won the spelling.
So if you're listening carefully, what she's saying is there's nothing wrong with having an injury to your ego, right? You get defensive, for a moment, but then you say, oh, okay, it happened, and you move on. That's not a narcissistic injury. That's just a temporary thing, okay? She's going to go into talking about narcissistic injury because a narcissistic injury prevents a person from being able to move on. They stay fixated. So listen up, it's a difference.
It wasn't me, but we move on. So what makes an ego injury then into a full-blown narcissistic injury? The fact is those two terms, ego injury and narcissistic injury, can be somewhat synonymous. Narcissistic injuries are typically overreactions to perceived or small kinds of criticisms that injure the fragile ego of a person with a narcissistic personality style.
Now listen, pay close attention, okay? Something so small, like she just said, a narcissist would take something so small, something very, very tiny, and blow it totally out of control because it stepped on something within them, okay? I'm gonna run that back just a little bit because it's a difference in just having an ego injury and a narcissistic injury, because they would take something so small, blow it all out of proportion, and make it way bigger and nastier than it ever was supposed to be.
Or small kinds of criticisms that narcissistic injuries are typically overreactions to perceived or small kinds of criticisms that injure the fragile ego of a person with a narcissistic personality style. Now, for example, narcissistic individuals really care about superficial characteristics, things like appearance and status and
Oh,
possessions and things that they own.
oh my God. Are y'all listening to this? Put some thumbs up in the chat if y'all are hearing this, honey. I need y'all to not have your volumes down. I need to make sure y'all volumes are up. I need a status check in the comment section. I don't need no loud talker to miss this, baby. Let me know in the comments, do you guys hear what Dr. Rami is saying? Okay? Do y'all hear this? Okay, thank you. She said I'm late. Okay, all right, let me run it back a little bit.
Fragile ego of a person with a narcissistic personality style. Now, for example, narcissistic individuals really care about superficial characteristics, things like appearance and status and possessions and things that they own. So narcissistic injuries can often involve those kinds of superficial things. So I don't know, someone asking someone else like, oh, is your purse real? Or do you really like your car? I'm sure the Tesla is great. That's last year's car, isn't it? Or they might ask you, did you like your plastic surgeon? Which, whoops, that means you might have gotten plastic surgery. Or you might ask them, are you disappointed that your kid didn't get into Harvard or some other fancy schmancy kind of a thing? It may be on your part or someone else's part a very innocent question. Like, hey, I was wondering about that Tesla. That's last year's. Is it a good car? But it also may not be innocent. The fact is, though, their reaction highlights a vulnerability in a person who is narcissistic, who will often explode or get very sullen when that happens. And then you get to see the almighty narcissistic rage, which is another video in this series. They may yell, they may storm off, they may insult you directly, or they may insult you passive aggressively. They may get petulant and whiny and just sort of sullen. They might even say something kind of nasty and snarky like, yeah, I actually do like my plastic surgeon, and it looks like you really would benefit from seeing him, but it might cost you a lot more. But it all goes beyond this kind of petty stuff. A narcissistic injury also may be something about which the narcissistic individual is really sensitive. And as a result, it's a core part of their insecurity. Now, whatever that thing is that they're sensitive about, it probably is going to seem really small to the rest of us. But to an insecure person, it can threaten to crumble their entire sense of self-worth. So, for example, it may be something about their family background that they may feel ashamed of, or a skill deficit for which they really have to compensate for. Maybe they don't know how to pronounce certain words correctly, or they have challenges with reading, something that they don't feel good about. Their core, the narcissist's core insecurity, results in almost like a kind of anxiety about certain things. And that anxiety can even be about their entire core sense of self. So now, as you know well, when that sense of self gets activated, they mobilize all of those terrible defenses that they have: grandiosity, projection, entitlement, contempt, to protect their insecurity. So if you can, as an example, if you can view their core insecurity like a bone that has been broken in many, many places from a terrible accident or something.
Y'all, I'm just in awe. I don't know about y'all, but honey, I am mouth wide open over here. Ears wide open, mouth wide open, eyes wide open. I'm just like, and y'all, I have not heard this until now. I'm listening to this for the first time with you guys, and I tell you, I am in awe. I am in awe, okay?
You could understand why these narcissistic injuries would hurt so badly and never quite completely heal. Narcissistic injuries also happen because people with narcissistic personality styles are often monitoring their environment for threats. And by threats, I don't mean like a tiger crouched in the corner. I mean anything that's going to threaten their fragile sense of self. And that could be a critique or constructive feedback or a negative evaluation. Again, going back to that example of a bone being broken in lots of places, you would be very careful if you had that bone that broken in 10 places, how you move that leg in case you hurt it again. So you would be looking around carefully to make sure the sidewalk ahead of you is flat, to make sure that there are no trip hazards, because God forbid you tripped and aggravated that leg again. For a narcissistic individual, the world is a bunch of trip hazards, all of which make them very uncomfortable. There's lots of places for them to trip, fall, and painfully hurt their ego. Because they are always monitoring their environment for threats with the goal of protecting themselves, it's for that reason that they often zero in on that tiny little critique that may have been lurking in something you said. And it may have been that almost everything you said was great, and that little thing that they heard as a criticism was just a tiny passing comment. To someone else, it might have even seemed like a compliment. But for them, any kind of injury, any kind of threat feels too destabilizing to them. So now you understand that a narcissistic injury is really a disproportionate reaction to an often very benign comment or a benign situation. So that begs a
benign comment, something that's not that serious, right? Something that's low grade, something that didn't require too much. But the narcissist, when they experience a narcissistic injury, they blow it all out of proportion and take it from 0 to 1,000,000 just like that, right?
question, what does that mean for you if you have any form of relationship with them? It means a lot, because narcissistic injuries almost invariably turn into narcissistic rage.
Oh my goodness.
Now, as an example, let's say that you're in a relationship with someone, I don't know, and you suggest a certain restaurant for dinner. And that restaurant you suggest, it's like, I don't know, fancy kind of a steak or special occasion restaurant, and it's relatively expensive. But in your particular relationship, you guys are accustomed to dining or eating at decent places. Your partner then gets really enraged at you for suggesting that restaurant. Who the hell do you think you are? I really think you must be some sort of gold digger. Are you on the make? Really? Do you expect me to wine you and dine you? Why don't you make yourself worthwhile and cook dinner for once? And then you sort of stare at your partner, completely shocked. In fact, the day before, they were the ones who said, could you make a reservation for dinner? Let's go out. It's the weekend. And all you did, as you had been doing for the past few months or maybe years in a relationship, was simply to suggest a restaurant that was on par with the places you usually eat. But now let's open the lens. In this story, let's say that that narcissist has not been forthcoming about some financial issues at work. And that perhaps your partner wasn't forthcoming, that the sales totals didn't hit the way they needed, or that they didn't have the expected performance they were supposed to have. And that resulted in a bit of a dip in the amount of money that was coming in. Because narcissists are so terrible at communication, and they so have to protect their sort of superficial facade, you weren't privy to this information. You didn't know that there was less money coming in. And many of you right now who are in any kind of narcissistic relationships recognize how often that narcissist can be so secretive and controlling about money. One day you wake up and find out that you were living high on the hog, but you guys didn't really have money. Now, if money is their thing, and it often is the thing with narcissistic individuals, and you didn't know because they didn't share with you their issues at work and with not making as much money, you made a suggestion that would have made sense. That would have made sense as little as a few weeks before they had this little dip at work. The injury in this case is that reminder, that restaurant reservation you made, about their loss of status, their loss of money, and perhaps a loss of power that happened to them. And you're a nice and easy target to take it out on. And that is often how a narcissistic injury often plays out. By the time you piece the whole thing together and figure it out, your narcissist has already probably experienced another injury, because one often leads to another, and they perceive more and more and more threat. But here's where it gets tricky. And this is where narcissistic injuries can really leave you in a chronic catch-22. Let's just say in that same situation, you suggested a sort of cheap and easy place for dinner in your neighborhood. Same thing. You don't know anything about the backstory. You're like, let's just go to this place. It's nice and easy, nice and cheap. You make that suggestion, and you could just as easily have endured a, what the hell's wrong with you? I don't want to eat in a dump. Don't you think I can't afford a nice dinner out? And then once again, the same narcissistic injury around money and status. Now, they might say, oh, I wonder if they're onto the fact that I don't have as much money now, and they attack again. Narcissistic injuries become a way for understanding why the relationship with the narcissist is an eggshell walking catch-22. So what happens in these relationships over time? I mean, either you keep experiencing their rage, which starts getting really uncomfortable, or one day in your relationship, you just stop talking. And that really doesn't feel like much of a relationship. Narcissistic injuries, though, can also explain a bit about why growing up with a narcissistic parent or a narcissistic or within a narcissistic family system is so difficult. Children are typically very fearful of their parents' anger. But with a narcissistic parent, the factors that can result in an injury and set off a narcissistic parent can really feel mysterious, particularly to a child. And the child may not even be the cause of the narcissistic injury. It may involve other issues in a narcissistic parent's life, like work or something like that. But the rage that the parent may manifest, the rage that they bring home, makes home a really precarious and unsafe place. As you transition into adulthood, your narcissistic parent will still continue to struggle with narcissistic injuries. It's just sort of a built-in with them. You will then learn that a late birthday card or missing a family dinner or family event will be enough to result in your parent tantruming and spinning out of control. Once again, we're back to eggshells. Now, in the workplace, narcissistic injuries can make people very careful in how they interact with the resident workplace narcissist, because nobody wants to injure them, because nobody wants to deal with the drama. This can often mean that lots of time can get wasted in meetings trying to find a way to say something in a way that the narcissist won't blow up about or turn into a big dramatic showdown that wastes everyone's time. You literally feel like you're breaking a sweat trying to say it just right in the meeting. The fear of committing a narcissistic injury in the workplace is often how narcissists get enabled. Everyone is so afraid of pissing them off and then having to deal with the fallout, that things don't get said, important issues that are critical for the workplace don't get communicated, and most importantly, other people may need to carry more of the load because of the fear of injuring the fragile narcissist. And this not only results in more of a burden on everyone in the workplace, especially the people who are healthy, It also results in a greater likelihood of much bigger problems down the road for that particular workplace, because perhaps things weren't addressed head on in that place where you work or that business. And down the road, those things will blow up because everyone was so afraid of injuring or dealing with the aggravation of the narcissist in the first place. It creates workplaces where you are afraid of saying something that may not be feasible. You can't do the grandiose idea the narcissist has, or even something that's not a good idea. And this kind of energy even censors people from making suggestions because they don't want to set off the narcissist, who may also feel injured because they believe that you are trying to compete with them. It can waste time, this can waste money, and it can also bring down companies, businesses, and institutions, or all but guarantee that the good people will leave. So, is there anything we could do about these narcissistic injuries? Not really. On the rare occasions when your narcissist gets into therapy and consistently goes to therapy, then it's remotely possible that they may do some exploration of the core issues that make these injuries so inflammatory for them. But that's pretty rare, and you aren't their therapist. So for you, dealing with their narcissistic injuries always circles back to the realistic expectations and the radical acceptance. This is who they are. This is what they are fragile about. And if you choose to interact, engage, or continue to have some form of relationship with this person, and if you tread on their fragility, there will be blowback. So your options become to either not care about their rage, like grow indifferent to it, and that's not always easy, or to keep trying to avoid the risk of creating a narcissistic injury by not talking about or treading or on or mentioning anything that may set them off. But think back to that restaurant example I gave you. It's often a catch-22, and you don't know what will set them off. The restaurant's too expensive, the restaurant's too cheap. You just don't know. And because of your own family of origin issues or trauma issues or other historical issues, many people, many of you are afraid of rage, especially that blindingly overwhelming narcissistic rage. So the idea of not letting their rage bother you does not always work for everyone. Ultimately, if you are able to endure their rage, and in some cases endure their vindictiveness, then you may be able to weather their narcissistic injuries and narcissistic injury tantrums merely as the annoyance that they are. And once you get to that point, you really are in a much better position to stay sane in these relationships. So there's a question: how long does it take a narcissistic injury to heal? Well, it depends. In some cases, narcissistic rage is a bit of a tension reliever for the narcissist. So, and I'll talk about this in the narcissistic rage video, so after they have their explosive tantrum, they relieve that tension, they tend to pop back. They may still be angry at whoever triggered them. But remember, narcissists don't always burn bridges because they need all the narcissistic supply. But then, because they have so little awareness of the harm and the discomfort they created for others by their rage, they will actually do nothing. And in some cases, they just sit and pout like petulant little children for a long time about their narcissistic injury. Narcissistic injuries often result in narcissists playing upon their tried and true script of being a victim.
Oh my God.
In some cases, when some new validation comes along or something comes up to prop up their ego, then they'll dust off and move forward until the next narcissistic injury happens, and it'll probably happen in a matter of hours. Now, the narcissistic injury is, in fact, the trigger for narcissistic rage. The disproportionateness of these reactions and the seeming sort of mysterious quality of these narcissistic injuries can be confusing and unsettling. These narcissistic injuries and our fear of setting these injuries off are really the big driver of the eggshell walking dynamic of the narcissistic relationship.
Thank you guys so much for helping me meet my goal. We're going to play it in a minute. I just want to get the last 2 minutes of this video played. Actually, 1 minute of the video played.
The term narcissistic injury is thrown around all the time. And I think many of you know it to be what it is. It's anything that sort of pings the narcissist's insecurity. The catch-22 issue that you're never quite sure what's going to set them off leaves you feeling like this relationship is a very, very precarious situation where you don't know when they're going to blow. That can really make a relationship like this exhausting and very, very bad for your health. It's really, really hard to have a relationship with someone when you don't know that a very, very innocuous word from your part could break the fragile, spun sugar interior of the narcissist that seems to crack just when the wind blows the wrong way. I hope this video clarifies your understanding of what a narcissistic injury is and the toll it takes on you if you're in a relationship like this. If you're enjoying this content, please subscribe to this channel. All you need to do is just hit that little bell and you'll be a subscriber and get notifications on videos like this, not only just this whole series, but everything else that we put out. And you'll be able to see all the other videos on narcissism.
Okay. So I learned a lot, and we're gonna watch the narcissistic rage video, okay? But we're gonna pause for a second. We're gonna celebrate goals met. Thank y'all so very much for helping me reach my goal, especially under an hour. So I do appreciate you guys to the max. Everybody give a big super shout out to Barbara Clark. That lady comes through on this channel a lot. So I just want to let you know, I do appreciate you so very much. So very much. I do. I'm grateful. I'm thankful. And everybody else that tips your girl, I do appreciate it. So we're going to celebrate goal met, and then we're going to come back and talk about narcissistic injury, and we're going to go into narcissistic rage. We're going to talk about what set them off, how they're easily triggered, the little things that they do, and then we're going to talk about how they behave to the narcissistic injury, and that is the narcissistic rage, okay? All right, stick with me, you guys. Stick with me. Let's celebrate for a minute. Appreciate you guys to the fullest. Thank you guys so very much. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, so let's talk about the narcissistic injury. She gave us a earful, okay? Like some of the things I kind of heard, but I wasn't quite sure on. It was some things that stood out to me. Y'all tell me in the comments what stood out to you guys, but I'm going to name some things that stood out to me, all right? One of the things that Dr. Rami says she is a licensed clinical psychologist, and so she got credentials behind her name, okay? So some of the things she said, it won't let me send a super chat. Well, I have my coffee link pinned above. If you guys want to send me a coffee, we could do a goal. I could do a goal on my coffee too, honey. I damn sure can. Let me know if y'all want me to do a coffee goal. I sure can. And y'all can help me reach my coffee goal. But thank y'all so very much. The coffee link is pinned above. So something that she said that stood out to me, a couple of things. One, she said things can be so tiny, right? And a narcissist will blow it completely out of control, right? She said, run them super chats back or more. Okay, hold on. Y'all speaking my language. Y'all better stop playing with your girl. Hold on. Give me a second. 1 second. What is super chats at? Give me a second. Trying to figure out how to do it now. Hold on. Give me a second. I find this to be very interesting. All right, hold on. I just start another one. Okay. Okay, hold on. I did another one, but it's just $5, you guys. $5. Thank y'all so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so Dr. Rami said, one of the things about a narcissistic injury, it literally can be so benign, so minute, something that's so small, but a narcissist will take it and blow it completely out of proportion. They will take it and just take it and drive with it, right? And then she also said that they feel threatened. They feel that you are challenging them or competing against them. In their mind, they feel the smallest things you're doing, you're competing with them, whether if that's your intentions or not, okay? They just feel like because of their own insecurities, they just feel like you're threatening them or competing against them. And you're like, whoa, wait a minute, where are you getting this from, right? But it's in their mind because it's based off their own insecurities, things that they have been dealing with for a while, right? So it could be things that we are so unaware of. Another person looking into it be like, wow, where is this coming from? Why is this person acting this way, right? But in their mind, they feel like, no, you have done something to me and you keep doing it, right? And it again, it could be so small, So some of the examples of narcissistic injury, okay, it says a narcissistic injury happens when something damages their fragile ego or self-image. Example, like being rejected. If a narcissist feel rejected, then they will, most likely deal with a narcissistic injury, okay? Being rejected, being ignored, being criticized, being exposed, losing control over someone and choosing another person over them, right? To them, this feels like humiliation or disrespect. But the reaction is not normal hurt feelings. So it's not like, oh, they have hurt feelings. No, it turns into rage, into revenge, smear campaign, victim plan, harassment, obsession with the person who rejected them. Okay? So if a narcissist feel rejected or ignored, they go into what you call a narcissistic rage, which we're going to talk about in a minute, okay? And, so why rejection triggers them so bad, okay? So let's talk about normal people. Normal people, they get their feelings hurt, they deal with it, they process it, they move on, they accept the rejection and move on. But a narcissist, they feel entitled to acceptance. So rejection tells them, I'm not special anymore. I'm not admired anymore. I'm not in control. So that creates a deep ego wound. So instead of processing it and moving on, they try to destroy the source of the rejection. They want to get rid of the source, bring it down. They want to harm the source. And by any means necessary, okay? Through defamation, through smear campaigns, through slander. They want to eliminate the source of the rejection. They don't know how to just process, accept, and move on. No, they are out to destroy, okay? So a common narcissistic injury reaction, the most common things that you will see when dealing with someone that is going through a narcissistic injury is narcissistic rage, sudden anger, yelling, insults, threats, okay? Example, you think you better than me. Then they start this smear campaign. They start telling lies about the person who rejected them. Example would be, this person is crazy. This person is abusive. This person is jealous. This person is a loser, right? Then they will start victim playing. They will flip the story so that they look like the one who was hurt and not the one who caused the hurt, okay? An example, I tried to help them and they betrayed me. Those are the things that you will hear from someone dealing with a narcissistic injury. Then they start harassing and obsessing over the person that rejected them, okay? They cannot let go of the rejection. They hold on to it, okay? They begin to, or they may start stalking the person, harassing the person, trying to get in contact with the person by any means necessary, okay? But they're constantly talking about them, constantly bringing them up. Why rejection is the most dangerous movement when dealing with a narcissist, okay? Rejection equals ego death when it comes to a narcissist. That's when you start seeing explosive rage, screaming, yelling, right? Attempting revenge. They will even go as far as trying to harass you legally, all right? They attempt to destroy your reputation, character assassination, telling people, this person is a liar. This person is no good. This person is doing this. They literally try to attempt to destroy your reputation by any means necessary, all right? Let's go into what the doctor says a narcissistic rage looks like, okay? I think this would be interesting for all of us.
So let's take on a big one. This is a big one. Narcissistic rage. Sometimes people who've been in relationships of any kind with narcissists have told me that they see their narcissist's eyes go black, as though a shadow comes across them and their entire physical presence just changes. Someone, I remember once saying to me, they likened it to watching someone turn into a werewolf. It's a terrifying transformation. It's a rage that comes on like a tsunami. And this rage is completely disproportionate to the situation. It is loud and it is terrifying. It is narcissistic rage. So now let's start by talking about the difference between anger and rage. Anger is a normal human.
I want you guys to pay close attention to this, right? Because we all have been angry before. We all have been mad and upset. But there is a drastic difference between anger and rage, okay? Pay attention, please.
Emotion, like sadness or joy. An emotion, anger is an emotion we experience and express at times of watching or observing or experiencing injustice, unfairness, frustration, inequity, disruption, or even surprise. It is an unsettling emotion, and it's an emotion we label as a negative mood state, like sadness. We have all of us have felt angry, and appropriate expressions of anger include a change in the tone and volume of our speech, tears, stepping away from a situation. So if I was angry, I would start talking like this. You'd be clear. Our words become more clipped and abrupt. We often say things that are regrettable, and we can also get quite defensive. We may also experience anger physiologically. We'll have a racing heart. We feel dizzy. We'll find ourselves breathing more rapidly or in a more shallow way. We might even be trembling when we're angry. Anger, as a rule, does not feel good. It is a sign that something is not quite right, not quite good. And all of us, every one of us, has said something we regret when we are angry. In the most graceful of circumstances, we recognize that we are angry, we identify that emotion to other people, and we catch ourselves before we say something that is too hurtful or too devastating. But most of us rarely get it right. We don't always monitor ourselves that carefully. That's anger. That's the nature of anger. Rage, on the other side, is something entirely different. It is often quite sudden, disproportionate to the stimulus, and it's accompanied by behaviors that are very unsettling for those who are witness to them and who are in the presence of them. These rage behaviors can include screaming, very, very inappropriate, obscene language, typically and cruelly targeted at another person. It may even escalate to breaking objects, upending items like, upending furniture, damaging the environment, for example, punching a fist through a wall, breaking windows, or even escalating to person-on-person physical violence. A person at a time of rage may almost look like they're possessed, as though no one can get through to them. And if you do try to speak to a person who is in a state of acute rage, they will likely get more agitated, and confronting them may actually put you at greater risk. And perhaps in only the most rare of circumstances could rage at that level ever seem justified. I mean, listen, as a mother, I could say maybe, for example, if someone tries to harm you or really harm your child, you would rage at them. But outside of literal harm to you physically or someone close to you, rage does not fly as an acceptable emotion or show of emotion. So then, we know what anger is, we know what rage is. What is narcissistic rage? It is the rapid, amped up rage that anyone who has ever been in a relationship of any kind with a narcissist has witnessed. It is a terrifying, grown-up tantrum. If you have ever witnessed a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum over being allowed to have a few more minutes at the park, you get it. It actually sort of charming in a 3-year-old, but it looks terrifying and ridiculous in a 40-year-old man or a 45-year-old woman. Narcissistic rage gets set off by a narcissistic injury, or something we could term an ego injury. So the things that set off this big, scary, volcanic narcissistic rage can actually often be quite trivial. How dare she didn't call me back? What do you mean the receptionist called in sick? The flight is delayed? I am going to miss the concert. What do you mean you didn't like the restaurant I picked out? I mean, as I was even putting that list together, I'm like, what are the minor things I've heard people tell me their partners raged at? And we're talking rage. Because the things that set them off, that set narcissistic individuals off, are so trivial, we are often astonished at the level of rage. It's not the kind of anger situation I talked about before. It's not like someone threatened their life or tried to abduct their child. Basically, they're disappointed because they didn't get the proverbial few more minutes at the park. Basically, though, narcissists show their narcissistic rage when someone hurts their fragile feelings. It's narcissistic rage is often a relatively early red flag you see in a narcissistic relationship that people choose to ignore. And you must promise me after this video you will never ignore it again. The hypersensitivity of the narcissist is the thing that shows up earliest in a narcissistic relationship. You're surprised that someone so charming, maybe even so arrogant, so sure of themselves, can be so sensitive when things don't go their way or someone doesn't say exactly what it is they want. At first, you may make excuses for them. Oh, they had a bad day, they've had whatever, they're just getting to know me. But when that trigger happens for them, it's actually really terrifying to witness it. Narcissistic rage is the genie you can never put back in the bottle. It often fuels...
Oh my God. She said a narcissistic rage is a genie that you cannot put back in the bottle. OMG. Lord, Father God, I gotta hear that shit again.
They've had whatever, they're just getting to know me. But when that trigger happens for them, it's actually really terrifying to witness it. Narcissistic rage is the genie you can never put back in the bottle. It often fuels the fear that keeps these relationships together. People become so scared of the narcissistic rage that they become afraid of communicating with the narcissist. They never want to let the narcissist know about things that, I don't know, that would be potentially disappointing. Nobody really wants to be the messenger with the narcissist in case the news is bad or not what they want to hear. And then people become afraid of the rage the narcissist will show if you've decided, for example, you've had it with all their shows of anger and you decide you want out. Their rage almost becomes like a prison of sorts. And people can spend a lifetime appeasing a narcissist just to avoid their rage. It is the same as allowing a 3-year-old child to eat cookies for dinner and set their own bedtime because you're afraid of their tantrums. Here's the difference. With that 3-year-old, it's just going to get noisy. With a narcissist, if you keep enabling their tantrums, it will destroy your life.
Wow.
Now, many of you grew up with narcissistic parents, and you saw firsthand that narcissistic rage as a child. Parents, for example, that would explode at the dinner table because you didn't pass the salt the right way, or because you didn't make your bed, they completely rage at you, or because you didn't say exactly what they wanted to hear, or behave exactly the right way in front of their friends, or they showed narcissistic rage, maybe not directly at you, but you saw it happen constantly to your other parent. Children who grow up in environments where there's this kind of rage will often report a whole range of symptoms going into adulthood, including things like anxiety, hypervigilance, which is sort of always being on edge and always monitoring the environment for threats, fear of conflict, avoidance, and frankly, fear of their own anger.
Wow.
For people who grow up with narcissistic rage, anger becomes a trigger throughout their adulthood. And for a person with a narcissistic parent who goes on, when they become adults, to choose a narcissistic partner, they might find themselves again governed by someone's rage. It can be a horrific playbook of an unsettled childhood that was marked by these shows of rage. And you better believe that narcissistic rage is a major feature that we see in toxic workplaces. Toxic workplaces characterized by narcissistic and tyrannical leaders and bosses and managers and even colleagues. These are the bosses who are verbally abusive, the ones who throw loud tantrums if they're not getting the workplace results or the workplace profits that they want, who publicly demean their staff in front of each other or even in front of clients. It is only in recent years that we are seeing a tiny bit of legal protection against these workplace tyrants. But by and large, these folks get away with their rage, and they keep entire workplaces hostage out of fear. They actually do become very clever too, though, about ensuring that they manifest their rage in ways that make it harder to shut them down. They will rage at the rank and file employees, but not in front of the big bosses. And in smaller businesses where there may not be the protection, for example, of a human resource department, and there may be few witnesses to a narcissistically rageful boss, there actually can be very little protection for the really unfortunate workers who get stuck in these situations working with someone narcissistic. Many narcissistic bosses manage to be serial offenders, and they get away with it through clever things like non-disclosure agreements, settlements that require any form of non-disclosure. Basically, you can't talk about what happened. Or it may even be the employees, your colleagues, that show the rage. Again, these employees, these narcissistic employees, can be very clever at doing things like threatening lawsuits and using other manipulative techniques towards others in the workplace and to the workplace itself. As such, from a risk management perspective, some employers might actually end up trying to appease the narcissistically rageful and manipulative employee to avoid the complex challenges and costs and potential embarrassments of a lawsuit. And in that way, the staff in companies that have cultures of narcissistic rage, in the end, become the sacrificial lambs because the system enables the narcissists. So, why do narcissists have this experience of narcissistic rage? It's a tantrum, grown-up style. Short answer, they do this because they didn't get their way.
A damn tantrum. A damn tantrum. A whole tantrum because they didn't get their way. A tantrum.
Fragile egos mean that they have absolutely no apparatus for managing any kind of disappointment or criticism or feedback or other negative emotions like sadness. Now, disappointment is particularly challenging for them. They are not able to handle hearing the word no, or just simply not having things go their way. They are not able to cope with getting a result other than the result they wanted. They just can't get their head around that. And this all goes back to that idea we talk about, that narcissists are not able to regulate their emotions in a healthy way. They cannot regulate any kind of negative emotion, including sadness. So instead of expressing emotions appropriately, so for example, appropriate shows of emotion might be crying, talking it out, taking responsibility, thinking about it differently, or recognizing that sometimes in life, stuff doesn't go the way we want. There's a moment of grief and then acceptance. Instead of doing that, they fly into a colossal rage. The psychological agony of the pain to their fragile ego, to their core insecurity, is more painful than they can manage or articulate. And so they cannot regulate their reactions. As a result, they express it as rage. And in addition, because they are unable to take responsibility for their behavior or to be self-reflective about their contribution to a given situation. So let's say in the workplace, it would be something like, for example, they might say, maybe we didn't do well with sales this quarter because I treated the sales staff badly, or I didn't communicate clearly. Instead, they blame the sales staff for being lazy.
Oh my God.
And they express that blame through rage.
Oh my God. Oh my God, she is so on point. Oh my God. Oh my God. I gotta run it back. I gotta run it back. I gotta run it back. Oh my God. This is crazy.
Staff badly, or I didn't communicate clearly. Instead, they blame the sales staff for being lazy, and they express that blame through rage. The sales staff didn't make their totals, then that means the narcissist may not get their validation. Narcissistic rage is, in one word, unacceptable. It's that simple. And yet, so many people enable it. They enable narcissistic rage in their families. They enable it in their close relationships. They enable it in their workplaces. They either are so afraid of confronting it, or they take the out of, that's just how he is. His bark is worse than his bite. And just like any bad behavior, without any consequences, it will never stop. And very few people feel up to the task of giving them consequences. So that also begs the question, what does narcissistic rage do to us? It takes a massive toll on our health. It is horribly stressful, and people who are consistently exposed to this kind of rage may experience a whole range of stress-related complications, such as drops and dysfunction in their immune functioning, making it more likely that they'll get sick, headaches, muscle aches, exacerbation of existing health problems, problems with sleep, problems with concentration, changes in appetite, and a whole range of psychological issues, including anxiety, fear, rumination, avoidance, hypervigilance, sadness, depression, helplessness, hopelessness, powerlessness, and even isolation and avoidance of other people. You become so fearful of their rage that you get paralyzed and you get stuck. Now, at some level, narcissists do recognize that their rage gives them power. And they also don't care that other people are hurt by their rage. After they have one of their meltdowns, one of their narcissistic rage tantrums, and their tension has been released, they may actually see the fear on the face of other people because of their rage. And instead of apologizing to the other people, they will rationalize their episodes of rage and say, don't take me so seriously when I'm like that. I just need to let out some steam.
Damn.
Which feels a little gaslighty. Basically, they have no empathy for the pain that they cause other people. I mean, to give you kind of a gross example, it's as though they just vomited all over the place. They feel better now that they got it out. And now they expect other people to clean up the mess. Now, many people wonder if it is inevitable that narcissistic rage would escalate to violence. Now, keep in mind that violence means lots of things. Violence isn't just someone hitting you. Violence also includes things like throwing objects, punching walls, breaking windows, slamming doors, pushing, or God forbid, kicking a pet, driving in a manner that's dangerous. These are all things that qualify as violence. And it's also worth noting how often narcissists will use their size to express their rage. They'll draw to their full height and tower over you if you are sitting down, using their gestures in an intimidating manner, banging their fist on something to make noise. And once these signs of rage start showing, once the rage hits that high enough point, person-to-person violence can happen, even if it hasn't happened yet. One of the most unsettling issues I observe is the number of people who excuse narcissists for their rage. And their excuse is, but he never or she never hit me. I promise you this, it's just a matter of time. Narcissistic rage, as I've said, is unacceptable, and it is also scary. Many people feel too scared to get themselves away from it. If this is a new relationship, don't buy into their excuses for why they say they're rageful, because they're going to have a whole lot of them. They're going to give you excuses like they had a tough childhood. They had to watch lots of rage when they were growing up. They will give excuses including early trauma. And you know what? It's not untrue. These things may be contributing to it. It is, be sad for them, be compassionate to them, and get out. You're not their therapist. You're not the one who's going to turn this around for them. You've got to protect you. To me, narcissistic rage is one of the most textbook and one of the most unsettling elements of the narcissistic relationship. If you see it early in a narcissistic relationship, heed it as the big, fat, red neon alarm it is. If you grew up with it, please consider seeking out therapy to work it through, because it can be quite traumatic, and recognize that none of us are responsible for the narcissist's rage. That's their story to sort out. Let's stop making it our own. We must stop personalizing their rage and taking responsibility for it. Whether it's the fact that you burned dinner or a few minutes late to a meeting because you had a flat tire, you didn't make the sales quota, or you bought the wrong gift for their mother. None of those things ever would qualify for anything close to rage. Our tendency is to blame ourselves. Stop personalizing and put the responsibility for that behavior where it is, and heed it as a wake-up call. If the rage is that unsettling, it will only tend to escalate. And because they often come down off of their rage episodes because they got their tension out, and you're like, well, maybe they got it. Oh no, they didn't get it. They don't understand it. What they do understand is, I got my rage out and this person is still standing there, so I can get away with this again. It's up to you whether you want to be a receptacle for that person's rage, because their rage is a heck of a lot less healthy for you than it is for them. I hope this video has explained the concept, the terrifying concept of narcissistic rage. And as always, if you're enjoying this content, please subscribe to this channel.
Narcissistic rage. Let's go into it. She hit some nails on the head for sure, okay? So let's go on to talk about narcissistic rage. What is it? Narcissistic rage is an intense emotional reaction that occurs when a narcissist feels rejected, criticized, embarrassed, ignored, exposed, or not admired, okay? So instead of processing the hurt in a healthy way, okay, they react with anger, hostility, or revenge. The rage is not always loud yelling. It can be explosive or even calculated, okay? Why does narcissistic rage happens? Well, narcissists usually have the psychologists called a fragile ego, okay? What psychologists call a fragile ego? They build a false self that depends on admiration, attention, superiority, and control over others. When someone threatens that image, it causes narcissistic injury. The rage is basically an attempt to protect their ego and regain control. So, one thing we know and we have learned about a narcissist, they are big on image. They want people to see them as fabulous, amazing, right? They have this grandiose complex. I'm it. I'm the best. I'm her. I'm better than everybody, right? They want to be looked at as above everybody else, okay? Very attention seeking. Now, two types of narcissistic rage. You have your explosive rage, right? This is the type most people recognize. It can include screaming, insults, threats, intimidation, and public outbursts, right? Example, you reject someone or criticize them and they suddenly say things like, you think you better than me. You're nothing without me. You'll regret this. The reaction feels way bigger than the situation. Then you have your silent or passive rage. Some narcissists do not explode immediately. Instead, they show rage through calculated punishment. An example would include they go silent on you and give you the silent treatment. They ignore you for days or even weeks. They gossiping about you. They turn people against you. They trying to sabotage you. This type is more strategic revenge. Signs that someone is experiencing a narcissistic rage. Let's get into it.
At the root of narcissistic personality disorder, at least most of the time, is a wound, a core wound that is so deep and so painful that it caused the narcissist to reject who they are and to replace it with a new fantasy self and a new reality where they are in control. And they need other people to play along and uphold their delusional reality. The narcissist doesn't want anyone, including themselves, to ever see the wounded, shameful self that they've split away from. They work very hard and expend a lot of energy to stay separate from the intensely worthless and helpless core self that they've buried under a thick layer of concrete. Anytime they consciously or subconsciously are reminded of that wound, anytime someone or something threatens to unearth and revive their wounded, helpless, shameful, hated self, they use whatever means necessary to annihilate that threat. So,
damn, they hate themselves. Do you see that? They try to cover up the fact that listen to what she said again. This is what they try to cover up, right?
Their wounded, helpless, shameful, hated self, they use whatever means necessary to annihilate that threat. So before I give you the 10 triggers of narcissistic rage, let me quickly explain the difference between anger, which is a completely normal human emotion, and narcissistic rage. First, narcissistic rage is not gradual. It is not like anger that intensifies in stages from, irritation, frustration, and so on. Narcissistic rage goes from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds. It's irrational, disproportionate. It's like a childlike reaction that seems to be coming out of nowhere, but it is coming from somewhere. Someone or something has reminded them of their wounded self and has disrupted their fantasy world. This makes them feel like they are losing control of everything. Narcissistic rage can be active or passive. Active or aggressive rage is very explosive, screaming, hurling insults, physical intimidation, getting in your face, slamming doors, throwing things, and it can escalate into extreme levels of physical violence. Here is a short clip to demonstrate.
I can't!
So when it comes to narcissistic rage, the emotional and or physical threats, the violent words or behavior are aimed at making you back off to quickly regain a sense of control over you and over the situation. And depending on how badly you wounded them, they often want to inflict maximum pain on you as revenge. Sometimes during an episode of narcissistic rage, they're completely out of control. Sometimes they're using the rage to evoke an emotional response from you. So regardless of whether the rage is genuine or contrived, its function is to gain control, to protect the illusion, and to get you to buy back into and to support the shared delusional reality. Some narcissists tend to express their anger more passively or silently. So instead of acting like a raging maniac, they act calm and collected while raging under the surface. What you will experience with the passive or silent type of narcissistic rage is a very sudden shift in mood. Suddenly, their eyes change, turn evil. There's a change in their tone, in their body language. They shut down and are unresponsive. And either they go completely silent and ignore you, or they pretend that nothing is wrong, that it's all in your head, while they look like they want to kill you and do things to sabotage and secretly or indirectly cause you harm. In the case of passive rage, it manifests as icy, silent treatments, emotional stonewalling, sulking, gaslighting, and the oh so lovely passive aggressive behavior. Here's a short clip to demonstrate what this passive rage might look like.
We have a no smoking policy.
Really? Looks to me like the whole place is smoking, Alfred. Unless the policy is just against me smoking.
What do you want?
To make a scene. You ready to watch that happen?
Okay, so here are 10 specific things that will often trigger narcissistic rage. Number 1, triggering their feelings of inferiority. For example, you mention something cool that a friend did, or talk about a great trip, or material possession that Jane Doe acquired, or how good so-and-so is looking since recovering from that illness. So depending on what the narcissist is preoccupied with, whether it's fantasies of success, brilliance, beauty, love, they may only be triggered in the area that they value most, or they may get triggered by anything that they interpret as, there's somebody out there better than them.
Wow.
Number 2, not having all of the attention. When you give attention to someone else, they can get very upset. Even if it's your kids, your parents, they are especially prone to narcissistic rage when you give attention to someone that they see and perceive as a threat to their control over you. Number 3, when you or someone else is putting pressure on them, when they meet resistance, stressors, or situations that are challenging, it triggers feelings of failure, of not being good enough, and they can feel deeply humiliated, reduced to a lowly, inferior nobody, and they will fight with everything in them to get that sense that they are special, that they are superior. Number 4, criticism. The narcissist is hypersensitive to criticism because it threatens that false self and fantasy illusion that they've worked so hard to create. So even the
You notice how every time we hear about narcissists, people that speak on narcissists always talk about the false sense of importance, false sense of entitlement, false sense of who they are. They fake like they are this grand person when they're not. It's all false. It's fake. They live this fake fantasy lifestyle.
most well-intended, gently delivered criticism can trigger narcissistic rage. Number 5, when you go against the narcissist, you don't give them what they want, resist their suggestions, their way of doing things, or try to get them to see or do things differently, they feel like they are losing control over you. Number 6, anything that threatens to expose their wounded self. Trying to force them to see the truth about themselves, pointing out their hypocrisies, their double standards, their contradictions, lies, calling out their bad behavior, or anything that suggests that they are fake can trigger narcissistic rage.
Oh my goodness.
Number 7, withdrawing supply. This can be a huge trigger, letting them know that you are opting out of the shared delusion, that you are no longer going to stay under their thumb and act as a source of supply to sustain their fantasy self and their fantasy reality. You withdrawing threatens to smash their entire world, which is why they will often replace you before you even have a chance to see through the veil. Number 8, along the same lines as the fear of rejection and abandonment. Deep down, the narcissist feels unlovable, and even the slightest sense of rejection or abandonment reinforces this pre-existing belief. Hence, the reason they prefer to reject and discard you first. But if you happen to pull away from a narcissist, it can trigger an episode of narcissistic rage. Number 9, trying to manipulate a narcissist using their own tactics. The narcissist has been doing this a lot longer than you have, and as a way to survive. So trying to beat them using their tactics and mind games will not likely end well for you, but rather will end with an escalation of the narcissist's efforts to get you back under control and put you back into your place. Number 10, their internal state can trigger narcissistic rage. So if they're already in a bad emotional state, the rage is already primed. So just your presence can set it off. The way you're breathing, the way you look, what you wore, where you decided to park the car, how you're chewing your food, some comment you made last week. So here are a few things to keep in mind when dealing with narcissistic rage. When the narcissist is raging, don't try to use logic or get the last word. Recognize that they are out of control. They are not rational or thinking straight. Don't try to argue or get them to see that they are overreacting, being mean, hurting you, or whatever. In that moment, you need to see them as a wounded child who is using a primitive defense mechanism that they believe is necessary for their survival. Just to be clear, I'm not suggesting that you accept their raging behavior, but I do want you to recognize that whatever triggered them has overwhelmed their ability to cope. They are seeking a sense of control, a sense that their false persona and false reality is safe. So sometimes the only way to end an episode of narcissistic rage is to pacify them long enough to get yourself out of the situation. After an episode of narcissistic rage, the narcissist feels fragile and they will either act like nothing happened, they internally will rationalize their rage. Externally, they will often blame you for making them lose their cool. They will minimize what they said or did. They will shift the story, the narrative. They may use substances to cope and find other reckless or vicious ways to get back into control. If you feel as though the person is a threat to themselves or to you or anyone else, call 911 or an emergency service in your area. Recognize that you're not to blame for their rage and you're not responsible for regulating their emotions or keeping up their fantasy delusions. If they are raging, leave the situation, protect yourself, and get the help you need to get back to the real reality. If you like this video, please.
OMG. So anyway, this is so damn interesting, baby, honey. They will shift the blame. They will minimize it. They will blame you. They will act like, what happened really didn't happen. This is crazy, yo. This is absolutely crazy. I saw what they said, call 911. We're not about to call 911. That's crazy though. But I mean, this is very interesting, you guys. We really need to have this conversation today about the narcissistic injury and the narcissistic rage, because we have been seeing some things out here on social media. So a young lady came in just a few minutes ago and she said, don't you think this applies to you? Because I do, or whatever. I'm going to assume that is a, somebody that is a supporter of, the person that is raging out on the internet. But let's talk about the narcissistic rage, okay? Again, we talked about the narcissistic injury. We found out that it could come by the way of rejection, being ignored, called out, somebody's distancing themselves from them, right? That's the narcissistic injury. And that's dealing with their ego, right? Their fragile ego or their self-image. Now, the rage come about when they come out and spin completely out of control. Literally, they spin out of control. They yell, they cuss you, they name call you, they literally freak out, right? go into a rage, yelling. You know, it's more of a defense mechanism, right? They say things about you that they actually feel about themselves, okay? It's about the feeling of losing power, not being looked at as, you know, a great person or a smart person or attractive person, right? They feel like they're losing something, okay? Their power is slipping away from them, right? So, and it says, why does narcissistic rage feel so personal? The narcissist reaction often feels extremely hostile because they see the situation as an attack on their identity. Okay. So instead of thinking this is just a disagreement, they think this person is trying to humiliate me. This person is out to destroy me. This person is my enemy. Okay. So they respond as such, right? Something that normal people look at as this is just a disagreement. We're just having a disagreement. They look at, no, they're trying to destroy me, right? So they respond as if they are fighting an enemy. Okay. Now, I mean, we've seen that. We've literally seen something so small that could have been talked out, right? Could have been definitely taken care of, blown so out of proportion, right? And I mean, and just went haywire, because that person felt like, oh my God, I'm being attacked, because that's how they see things. They see the smallest things as attacks. If it doesn't go the way they want it to go, they feel that they have been attacked. Okay. Let's talk about, let me see. We talked about the ego. We talked about the personal attacks. Let's talk about the shift blaming. They refuse to take responsibility fully, right? They don't fully take responsibility. They say things like, you made me act like this. You made me do this. You made me spin out of control. This is what you wanted. You made me call you names. You made me do this, right? They say things like that because that's shifting the blame onto someone else, because they don't want to fully accept that they reacted the way they wanted to react. They processed and chose to react that way on their own, but they will point fingers and blame somebody else for their behavior, okay? Now let's talk about public humiliation. They try to come out and publicly embarrass you in front of others. Some things that we literally just saw today, right? You know, a person can block you or ignore you, and that's between you and that person. But when they bring it out to the internet, right? And then they expose it and then they harp on it or whatever the case may be, that's just a part of, they want to embarrass you. So they bring it to the public to try to humiliate you in order to embarrass you to make themselves feel better. All right. Now, the narcissistic rage has they demonstrate revenge behavior. Okay. So it says some narcissists calm down outwardly, but start plotting ways to damage your reputation or punish you from inside out. Okay. So they're thinking and sitting and trying to think, how can I ruin this person? How can I punish this person? How can I bring this person down? Right. So little small things may start happening because they're plotting in the background on how to destroy you, how to secretly pull the rug from underneath you. And that's their goal. That's what they want to do. All right. So, so again, explosive behaviors, you know, with the yelling, the screaming, the insults, the threats, extreme defensiveness, you know, they criticize and personally attack you. And instead of addressing the issue, they attack your character. And that's very important. Instead of addressing the issue on how they got to where they are, they will attack your character. Try to bring you down by destroying your character, okay? And then they want to deem you as the problem. It's you, okay? Yeah. So that's basically what a narcissistic injury and a narcissistic rage really is. And I think that we have definitely seen some of those traits out here on the internet, or some of you guys may have experienced it in your own relationships, right? You know, where they will start the conflict with you and turn around and blame you for starting the conflict. You know, they literally will point the finger dead at you and say, no, you said this and you know you did. You know you said this, or you looked at me a certain way. And you like, wait a minute, whoa, what? I looked at you a certain way. Like, what are you talking about? Okay. So, I mean, I wanted to talk about this tonight because we have seen a lot going on in these social media streets, a lot, okay? And we're wondering, where is this shit coming from? This is wild. This is crazy because I believe that if we manned our own channels and not worry about the next person's channels, all of this stuff will go away. All of this stuff will, be void and null and void. But there's too many people out worrying about other people's channels, worrying about other people's success, worrying about how they're doing, that they can't let it go. They can't, they can't stop monitoring someone else's channel. Because some of these people, this is all they have. All they have. And in my opinion, I believe it's because they're dealing with a narcissistic injury. They're insecure with themselves. They have self-hate, okay? They feel that they're losing when there is no competition. It doesn't have to be a competition. They feel that they're losing within. So because they feel like they're losing, some of these people out here feels like there's a competition when there is not a competition whatsoever, She said, Amor, did you consider she's probably bipolar because she really act bipolar? To be honest with you, Kimberly T, I'm not just talking about one person per se. I'm talking about a lot of behaviors we've seen out here on social media. But as far as bipolar, I think narcissistic injury and narcissistic rage is worse than bipolar, in my opinion, okay? I think because it's a behavior. Narcissistic injury and narcissistic rage is a behavior, okay? Bipolar, in my opinion, is both of them is a mental health condition, but one of them is more of dealing with your behavior. And for some reason, I feel like you can control your behavior over just a mental imbalance in your brain. Okay, I think bipolar is from some type of mental imbalance, whereas narcissistic injury and narcissistic rage, in my opinion, is a choice of how you perform. I think that, I could be wrong, but I think that you can control that if you wanted to. Okay? She said that lady jealousy is loud. She can't help it. She don't know how to hide it. She goes to sleep thinking about how she's coming. I seen this from her 2 years ago. This is crazy. She said, Lord, this can apply to a couple of those wannabe content creators. Laughed my ass off. A few of them were plotting to try and bring you down. Yes, a lot of people, several people want to bring you down, not because they want to take over and be in your shoes. It's just because some people just cannot stand to see people doing well. So they will try to sabotage someone else doing well because they're not. Not that they want to do well, they just don't want to see others doing well. So you will see that sometime. You will see people that don't have no credentials to be able to do what it is that you do. But the fact that they can't stand to see you doing well, they will try to sabotage that. But I think that's a whole nother subject. That's out of jealousy and envy. I don't think that has anything to do with narcissistic injury. I do think narcissistic injuries cause people to want to, take you down. I do believe that it does that, right? But I think the jealousy and envy is a little bit different than a narcissistic injury. These people are crazy. I can't get my membership to stop. All of this time, I'm trying to figure out why the channel keeps coming to my timeline all the time. My membership is still coming up. Oh, oh, okay. She says, that's pathetic as fuck because I love putting people on and helping others. I believe that most people probably do enjoy helping others and helping to see people, do well, right? I think most people are like that. And then you have your eaches that can't stand to see somebody else doing well. They can't stand it. But I think actually there's more people that enjoy seeing people do well than not. I was always told that they don't hate what you're doing. They just hate that it's you doing it. Ooh. And see, you know what? Ooh, Miss Magnificent. See, you're right about that. I mean, we can go a little deeper. I don't think anybody is mad that YouTube put this goal button out here, right? For us to, set a goal for our supporters. I don't think anybody is upset at YouTube for creating the goal button and putting it out. But they're upset with certain individuals utilizing that button. So they're not mad at the button per se, because some of them use it themselves or they, encourage others, right? But they hate that you're using it because they hate that you're receiving anything. And they will try to sabotage that. It's some people out here that absolutely want you to fall on your face, scrape your face across the ground, just so they can feel better about themselves. And in my opinion, that's sad. That's sad to want to bring somebody down just to build yourself up. That's sad. Sad work. Sad work. She said, no, narcissists can't control it. They're in denial. I don't know, because, and the reason why I say I don't know if they can't control it is because it's a behavior, and our behaviors is something that we choose. We choose to act this way. We choose to act that way. It's a behavior thing. In my opinion, it's not a mental imbalance. It's a behavior. So I don't know if I can agree with you. Let me look it up. Can narcissists control their behavior? Can narcs? I say yes, but let's see what it says here. See, it says yes, narcissists can control their behavior, but the important thing is when they choose to control it. Okay, so it says that, but the important thing is when they choose to control it. It said this is a very important point here. It says many people believe narcissists can't help it, which isn't always the case. Can narcissists control their behavior? In most cases, yes, they can. Narcissists often show that they are capable of controlling their behaviors when it benefits them. For an example, they may scream at you in private but act calm in public. They may insult you at home but be charming around coworkers. They may rage at a partner but remain respectful to their boss. This shows that they do have some level of control, okay? So why narcissists don't always control their behavior? The issue is not always ability. Not always ability. It's motivational and entitlement. Many narcissists feel entitled to react however they want to, justify their anger, and that others deserve the punishment. So instead of regulating themselves, they believe, well, you caused this reaction. Excuse me. Narcissists feel, well, you caused this reaction and this is the reaction you're going to get, okay? So they blame you for their behavior or how they're acting, okay? How do you know they can control it? A big sign is selective behavior, all right? You have to ask these questions. Do they explode only around certain people? Are they calm when authority figures are present? Do they suddenly act nice when others are watching? If the answer is yes to any of those, then there shows you right there that they can regulate themselves when it benefits their image, okay? The image protection factor. Narcissists are very concerned about how others perceive them. So they often control themselves when their reputation is at risk, they are in public, or someone else that they want to impress is watching. Hence why we saw a few times, I had told y'all, I said, I felt like Internet Sister wanted to come out on Bree. I said, oh, I just feel like she just wants to come out and drag Bree. I just think she wants to. However, she got a feel of the room a couple of times. She would say something and then she would read the comments because she wanted to get a feel of the room. If the temperature in the room would have been, yeah, Bree need to cut it out, Bree need to stop, this Bree doing too much, this, that, and the other, she would have went full speed ahead and drugged Bree by her baby hairs, okay? But she was getting a feel of the room because that matters to them. They care who's listening. They want it to benefit them. And if it's not going to benefit them, if it's going to make 10 people go marching up out their chat, then they will change the narrative. So can they control their behavior? In my opinion, yes, they can. Yes, they can, in my opinion. She said, the sad part is she just continues to call you her sis just to turn around and spew what she is doing. That lady could never be loyal. Let me tell you something. I heard something that I deemed to be very important because I heard it again today. And one of the things that I heard was, I didn't support her. You rarely saw me in her chat. She came to my chat more than I came to her chat. I didn't really support her. I didn't really support those loud talkers. You didn't really see me interacting in that group, right? I didn't really want to be around them, hence why I didn't show up until midnight, right? However, did she not say the same thing about Brianna today? I don't support Bree. Y'all don't see me sharing her things. I don't support her like that. Who saw or heard that today? Who heard that today? I don't really support Bree. You don't see me sharing her stuff. You don't see me, speaking on her. So that's what they do. They will, if you let them talk enough, they will tell on themselves. Really. Sometimes you got to sit back and let them talk. Because they're going to keep talking and they're going to talk up their true feelings, their true intentions, okay? I heard her say, I didn't really support her more. I was rarely over there. I went on her panel maybe like 4 or 5 times. That's it. Right? So right there says there was no support. But the same today. I don't really support Bree. No support. So all that, I'm fasting and praying and not going live to cover down on Bree, all lies. It's whatever that's going to benefit them at that moment. It's all lies. She did the same thing about calling the police. She asked the chat if they would call if they saw a crime. Exactly. So she tests the temperatures of the audience. She tests the waters. That's what she does. She called herself a Bree hater today. A Bree hater. She's a lie. I can recall her sharing her shit. She said that's exactly why her ass is blocked. Yeah, so she said today, she said, who's bullying you? No one is bullying me. No one is bullying me. I'm just speaking on narcissistic injury and narcissistic rage today. No one is bullying me. I don't put myself in no victim category. I am definitely not a victim and don't want to be a victim and don't want to act like no victim, So, she said, Jeannie just mad because Bree don't fuck with her. Kept telling her Bree doesn't like you. She tells herself that so when she start bashing, she won't feel so bad. She said she always tell on herself. She talks too much trying to get supporters. Yes. So a person will tell on themselves. If you just sit back and listen long enough sometime, you would definitely be able to hear it. You will be able to hear that person. That person will tell you, they will reveal their intentions. It would definitely come out. Okay? She said she did it to appease the audience. Yeah. So a lot of people like to test the temperature. That's why I kind of like just being a realist and just say, okay, if I lose some, I lose some, but I just want to be real. I want to be real about my intentions, be real about, how I want to carry things on over here, So sometimes you have to accept that, okay, you know what, I might lose a few, but I'm going to keep it real. I'm going to keep it 100, right? And I would just rather do that. I would rather go and I even though I say I haven't lost anyone, because I look at it as not a loss. People go where they they belong, right? So, but did people leave me? Yes. Several people did leave camp, you guys, and they either followed her or followed other content creators. But the reason why I don't look at it as a loss, because I just feel that I don't think anybody's supposed to, I ain't gonna say anybody, but everybody is not supposed to stay or stick with you forever, okay? And there is sometimes personality conflicts, okay? Some people don't like people being as real as they are. They would rather you come out and sugarcoat shit, be fake, speak their language, say what they want to hear, and things of that nature. So some people can't get down with your tone or your abrasiveness or your personality. So I don't look at it as a loss, but I did have some people that once supported me or claimed to have supported me that is now constantly, daily dragging me, But what I don't understand is if it's the ones that say they support Bree, if they can't see that girl is not a Bree supporter and never been a Bree supporter, she is a straight up opportunist. However, it doesn't take me nor you guys to prove that. She will prove it herself. It will come out in time and on time, okay? She will prove that herself. I don't have to scream it to the highest mountain. You guys don't have to scream it to the highest mountain. It will be shown 100%, okay? But she is an opportunist. And in my opinion, there's several opportunists out here. She was full speed ahead for Robert at one point, and then she tried to be full speed ahead for Brianna, but things didn't work out quite like she wanted it to work out, okay? Right? So, and I said, she's going to come out and go off on Brie. And the reason why I feel like she's going to do that, because she's still trying to win more hearts of the truth supporters. But I think she realized that, her plan didn't work out quite like she planned it. I do believe that she thought she was going to get a bigger bulk of the truth supporters, because you got to think, the first week, it was like 400 or 500 people frequenting her chat. So it was feeling good to her. She's like, oh my God, I got all these supporters. I heard her say, if I knew that y'all wanted me back, I would have came back earlier. Okay. So she definitely was testing the waters, but I think that she probably thought too quickly. Okay. I don't think that she was paying attention that much, right? Because if she was, she would have realized that those people were only over there temporarily because she was dragging us. She was dragging us. And who wouldn't run up over there and be in the bushes and some of them fall out of the bushes to help laugh or drag somebody that they don't like, right? A lot of them was there for the drag. But now it's being, just repeated. The stuff just over and 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 over. Some of these people are over it. They're like, oh, it's the same old bullshit. Ain't nothing new. I'm not going over there not to sit there and listen to the same old bullshit. Would you guys come back to my live if I told y'all the same bullshit for almost 2 months straight? The same bullshit almost 2 months straight. Like clockwork. Would you guys continue to pull up and listen? And I keep on talking about the same old bullshit. I have not changed the topic yet. She said, I agree. She's going to do and say whatever it takes to keep their support. And guess what? And that means turning on Bree. Now, I told y'all a long time ago that Felicia was going to turn on Bree, right? And the reason being is because they wasn't going to accept her fully until she did. And what happened? She turned on Bree. She turned on Bree. She put Bree in an uncompromising position, right? When she asked her, did she, I don't know if she asked her, did she support me and Jenny? But she said it in a derogatory way. Like, do you support Bug Eyes? And I think she may have called me Nathaniel or Nate or whatever. Okay? And she didn't like the response that she received. Put some respect on her name. Okay? She didn't like that. So what did she do? She run to her channel and spin out. But she needed to do that in order to get fully embraced by the Robert supporters. Okay? Because, you know, Robert supporters, a lot of them consist of anybody that hates Brianna and hate Amora. Period. That's all it requires. It does not require sharing Robert's content, watching Robert's videos, dancing to Robert's song, cash apping Robert, tipping Robert. It does not equate to being a real supporter at all. It equates to hating Amora and hating Brianna. If you hate Amora and hate Bree, then you may receive a super chat, a view, a like, a thumbs up in your chat. And I think several of the content creators realized that, and that is why they did whatever they could to get those people back in on their, you know, in their good graces. That's why they ran back to them. That's why they ran back to him with all these apologies. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do it. Can we kiss and make up? You know? So, but again, what we're seeing here is a narcissistic injury. You know, taking something so small, blowing it all out of proportion. Because if we really, really think about it, me telling the sisterhood that Candy didn't do anything wrong, it absolutely did not warrant it coming to this right here. It absolutely did not warrant being called a bitch, a hoe, little ankles, little head, thick ankles, little head, ugly, shit eater, bottom feeders, you know, the worst of the worst. It did not, absolutely did not warrant that. It did not warrant that. A grown person, in my opinion, would have gotten off live and said, let me make a phone call, or, you know, or even answer the phone, right? And talk like adults. Let's have a conversation. I don't like that you did this. Can you explain to me what you meant by that? Right? People need to learn to use their voices. You can clearly express your dislike for something to a person. And in my opinion, that's standing on business. Being able to contact that person and tell them the problem you have with them, that's adult type shit. That's standing on business. But hopping online, trying to humiliate, name call someone, especially somebody that you were supposed to be cool with, but you can't talk to over the phone, right? To me, coming out to the internet, in my opinion, is attention seeking. It's very juvenile and is given, yeah, like you said, Lady V, I want the beef. She wanted the beef. She wanted the beef. And I believe that more than her, wanted the beef so that they could get more supporters. They wanted supporters from the LOUDTalkerz and supporters from the RH side. They wanted both supporters on both sides, all, you know, and they wanted it, but they wanted it to be, in my opinion, they wanted to isolate me. They wanted to end me and have the LOUDTalkerz and the Truth supporters all kinked up together. That's how it initially, you know, was brought out. You know, she said they mad that Bree didn't come out of her vulnerable and yelling, out here vulnerable and yelling and crying at her phone, and she showed them what God can do when you put him first. Child, man, to want to see a woman crying and balled up and going crazy is crazy to me. She said instead of always hitting the goddamn live button. Exactly. People that hit the live button to express how they feel toward another person that they actually have their phone number is attention seeking. That's not trying to resolve anything, okay? That's not trying to be adult-like, resolve anything. That's just attention seeking and shit starting. That is just absolutely shit starting. You want the shit, you know? You want the shit. So she said Candy was only showing love for another sister. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm telling you, for anyone to see it any different, in my opinion, like you know, you gotta be a narcissist, because how in the world did you get anything bad out of that? Oh, you call my channel messy. You call your own channel messy. Why would you get mad at someone else calling your channel messy when you have referred to your channel as messy? Let's get messy. So if you have referred to your channel as messy, what's wrong with somebody else referring to your channel as messy? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? But that was a performance. That was a, hey, the true supporters, look what I'm doing. I'm about the little girl, the loud talkers. But I believe that she thought that the loud talkers was going to pack up and leave. Some of them did. Some of them did. They left. But hey, do what you got to do. From every split that I split with someone, you know, ended the acquaintanceship, I guess, you know, somebody left. Somebody left. And I just look at it like that's where they supposed to be. I never liked that chick, even when she became friends with Amora. My intuitions never steered me wrong. She showed every day that her channel is messy as fuck. Exactly. So I don't understand. If somebody said, Amora, your channel is messy. If I've already said my channel is messy, I'm not going to get mad. And if I don't want my channel to be messy, then, you know, I'm going to try to figure out how to make it unmessy. But if you think about it, does she do commentary on anything other than drags? She's always forever dragging someone. You know? But again, I think the coming out against the content, you know, not content creators, but coming out against the loud talkers was for an audience. I don't think that it was, how do I want to say this? I don't think it was meant to be directly toward you guys. I think it was more audience performance. It was more audience. That was done for an audience. Oh, I'm going to check the loud talkers. I'm going to check them. I'm going to show them I'm King Jing. I'm going to show them who's in charge, right? So I believe that's why it was done. You know? She's saying KD knew that, but still wanted to be messy, shaking my head, the things people do to feel important. Exactly. You know, I do believe that she's a good bit of cause of this, but she ain't the only one. She's not the only one. It's several. But we can't take away Jenny's own decision and her own behavior. What Jenny did, coming out here, going off on Candy, you know, and accusing us of trying to sabotage her page was absolutely wrong under everything. Absolutely wrong. It was absolutely wrong. And mind you, when she came out on Candy, I hadn't even spoken in the sisterhood group telling people that Candy wasn't wrong. I haven't even said anything at that point when she came out the very next day going off on, and that damn Candy. But you got to understand, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it that day she came out, or was it the day prior, talking about how Candy's husband was all kind of gay this and gay that and gay this? That's that 0 to 100 real quick. She went into a narcissistic rage. Just start insulting people, insulting Candy husband, you know? Was that the same day or the next day, you guys? That she started insulting Candy's husband. She said, yes, she was wrong. She was wrong, absolutely wrong. She says, well, whatever reason she done it, it was an epic failure. That part, Lampo. And it was. And I honestly believe that she knows that now. It was an epic failure. Things did not work out the way she intended it to. It didn't work. I don't know why people think that you guys are just, I don't know, like, will fall for anything. I think they think, well, you know, a few of them fell for it, so I might be the one that can, you know, make more of them fall for it or what. I don't know, but it was an epic failure. That was, in my opinion, that was a channel sabotage. She sabotaged her own channel. And then, to be honest with you, in my opinion, she could have done, you know, she could have fell out with us, fell out with the LOUDTalkerz, fell out with me, right? Fell out with us. And she could have went on and started speaking on the Romika story. And I do believe that she would have gained some supporters and a community. But just like Dr. Rami says, when you're dealing with someone with a narcissistic injury, they can't move on from it. They can't let it go. They keep on and on and on. That's the thing. People that's angry, they move on. People that's dealing with a narcissistic injury, they cannot let go. Because in their mind, they feel like, you know, I need to destroy you. They are too busy trying to destroy you that they destroy themselves. And that's crazy to me. Who would sabotage their page? She said, why everybody's husband got to be gay? You know, I don't know. But I do notice that. I notice that every single time, you know, people fall out, all of a sudden their husband gay. Their husband gay, their son gay. I don't know. And it even be gay people that be saying it. They be saying it too. She don't realize many people saw the play and knew she had a motive. Yep. But like this doctor says, she says, there's one thing. Let's listen to just this part again. I want to listen to this part.
What?
I want to listen to this part right here again, where she explained the difference in just getting angry and having a narcissistic injury. Let's listen to this part.
Makes an ego injury then into a full-blown narcissistic injury. The fact is those two terms, ego injury and narcissistic injury, can be somewhat synonymous. Narcissistic injuries are typically overreactions to perceived or small kinds of criticisms that injure the fragile ego of a person with a narcissistic personality style. Now, for example, narcissistic individuals really care about superficial characteristics, things like appearance and status and possessions and things that they own.
And right there speaks volume. That right there, along with what Dr. Rami just said, speaks volume. They get into an image. They get into a character, you know?
All kinds of criticisms that injure the fragile ego of a person with a narcissistic personality style. Now, for example, narcissistic individuals really care about superficial characteristics, things like appearance and status and possessions and things that they own. So narcissistic injuries can often involve those kinds of superficial things. So, I don't know, someone asking someone else like, oh, is your purse real? Or do you really like your car? I'm sure the Tesla's great. That's last year's car, isn't it? Or they might ask you, did you like your plastic surgeon? Which, whoops, that means you might have gotten plastic surgery. Or you might ask them, are you disappointed that your kid didn't get into Harvard or some other fancy schmancy kind of a thing? It may be on your part or someone else's part a very innocent question. Like, hey, I was wondering about that Tesla. That's last year's. Is it a good car? But it also may not be innocent. The fact is, though, their reaction highlights a vulnerability in a person who is narcissistic, who will often explode or get very sullen when that happens. And then You get to see the almighty narcissistic rage, which is another video in this series. They may yell, they may storm off, they may insult you directly, or they may insult you passive-aggressively. They may get petulant and whiny and just sort of sullen. They might even say something kind of nasty and snarky like, yeah, I actually do like my plastic surgeon, and it looks like you really would benefit from seeing him, but it might cost you a lot more. But it all goes beyond this kind of petty stuff. A narcissistic injury also may be something about which the narcissistic individual is really sensitive. And as a result, it's a core part of their insecurity. Now, whatever that thing is that they're sensitive about, it probably is going to seem really small to the rest of us. But to an insecure person, it can threaten to crumble their entire sense of self-worth. So for example, it may be something about their family background that they may feel ashamed of, or a skill deficit for which they really have to compensate for. Maybe they don't know how to pronounce certain words correctly, or they have challenges with reading, something that they don't feel good about. Their core, the narcissist's core insecurity, results in almost like a kind of anxiety about certain things. And that anxiety can even be about their entire core sense of self. So now, as you know well, when that sense of self gets activated, they mobilize all of those terrible defenses that they have: grandiosity, projection, entitlement, contempt, to protect their insecurity. So if you can, as an example, if you can view their core insecurity like a bone that has been broken in many, many places from a terrible accident or something, you could understand why these narcissistic injuries would hurt so badly and never quite completely heal. Narcissistic injuries also happen because people with narcissistic personality styles are often monitoring their environment for threats. And by threats, I don't mean like a tiger.
They live on the edge. They think everybody is out to get them.
Crouched in the corner. I mean anything that's going to threaten their fragile sense of self. And that could be a critique or constructive feedback or a negative evaluation. Again, going back to that example of a bone being broken in lots of places. You would be very careful if you had that bone that broken in 10 places, how you move that leg in case you hurt it again. So you would be looking around carefully to make sure the sidewalk ahead of you is flat, to make sure that there are no trip hazards, because God forbid you tripped and aggravated that leg again. For a narcissistic individual, the world is a bunch of trip hazards, all of which make them very uncomfortable. There's lots of places for them to trip, fall, and painful.
And I believe that's why narcissists stay localized, right? They don't move around because they're so afraid to go here and there, and so they just stay where they feel comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Well, I don't want to bring that up, but we've heard plenty of times that, well, you know what? I don't want to bring that up, but a narcissist would try to isolate you because they don't want to branch out, because they only want to stay in their little bubble where they feel comfortable. They only want to go where they feel comfortable. They're afraid to branch out to other places.
Hurt their ego. Because they are always monitoring their environment for threats with the goal of protecting themselves, it's for that reason that they often zero in on that tiny little critique that may have been lurking in something you said. And it may have been that almost everything you said was great, and that little thing that they heard as a criticism was just a tiny passing comment. To someone else, it might have even seemed like a compliment. But for them, any kind of injury, any kind of threat feels too destabilizing to them. So now you understand that a narcissistic injury is really a disproportionate reaction to an often very benign comment or a benign situation. So that begs the question, what does that mean for you if you have any form of relationship with them? It means a lot.
So, in a nutshell, narcissistic injury is taking something that was so small, so minute, and blowing it way out of proportion. Have anybody ever experienced anything like that before? Something so small, someone took it and grabbed hold of it, and then they took off running with it and made it way bigger than it should have ever been. Have y'all ever experienced that? And it leaves you saying, what the fuck just happened? Or how did that just happen? Something so tiny, so insignificant. And then they just blew it up. And then it just spiraled out of control, out of control, out of control, out of control.
Because narcissistic injuries almost invariably turn into narcissistic rage. Now, as an example, let's say that you're in a relationship with someone, I don't know, and you suggest a certain restaurant for dinner.
We heard that one before, and they get mad because you suggested some way too expensive, or you suggested something way too cheap. They get mad. Oh, you don't think I can afford this? Or what are you trying to say? Things of that nature. And a narcissist contradicts themselves a lot. I know sometimes we do in general contradict ourselves, but a narcissist will contradict themselves. They project things onto you and they shift the blame onto you. They will blame you quick, fast, and in a hurry. They will put the blame on you, like, you made me do this person made me do that person made me do that. Listen, this is crazy, you guys, but I just think that it's good to know what it is that, we see. Some of these behaviors out here that we see. Don't mean that, your girl Amora is innocent, or Amora don't do things, dress right, or things of that nature. But baby, a narcissistic injury. One thing about Amora that I will give myself, and I have to pat myself on the back for, I know how to cut my losses and move on. And that's what I think a lot of people do not know how to do. Cut their losses and move on. Like, if things don't work out between two adults, I know how to say, okay, things didn't work out. Let's go our own separate ways. But it's always the beef. It's always the beef. People want beef, 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 beef. And as much as you try to ignore it and be like, nah, that's not what I want. I don't want to do this with this person. I don't want to do this with that person. They keep poking and picking and poking and picking and poking and picking and poking and picking. And then when you do say something back, then they turn into the victim. And that's what Dr. Rami says in this video right here. They often turn victim and shift blame. Blame you. They often, where is that part at? They will often turn victim and blame you for, causing them to behave the way they're behaving. They will shift the blame on you. It was you, it was you, it was you. It was you. You made me do it. You made me do it. You made me do it. Thank you, Troy. She can say what you want, but wait a minute. She can say what she wants. Hold on, let me put that up there. It just went out of the way. Okay, it says, she can say what you want, but she sits home and listens to every last one of your lives. That's why she come back on this YouTube screaming, just to have something to come out here and say about somebody. Yeah, she definitely watches. She definitely watches. She says she must have blocked Amora, but we are not swayed. Stiz, we know who we are. No, I see her in the comments trying to, cause problems. It's okay. Sometimes you have those. But if she get too disrespectful, she's going to go to the color room. She said, hey, more loud talkers. I'm a Taurus. So when we are done. My cutoff game is cold. Yeah. So a lot of people, I think, that are normal know how to say, wow, damn, that hurt, right? but life goes on. I can't sit and I can't dwell over it. I can't change it. It happened. It hurt. It's time to move on, right? But some people do not know how to move on. Some people just absolutely do not know how to move on. They don't know how to throw deuces. They don't know how to accept whatever it is they want to destroy. And that's what she said in here as well. They want to destroy your character. And that's what was going on. See, with the people that I befriended, or they befriended me, however you want to say it, and we hooked up, and for whatever reason they didn't like me, or I to this day I still don't have no clue. Even with the break room situation, that shit was blown out of proportion as well. And then, like I told you, the Neo just inserted herself into some drama. Like she just wanted something to fit or whatever, which was crazy. And then she just turned into a whole Dark Vader or whatever overnight. But nevertheless, I would have been okay just splitting up and just going our own separate ways. But it's not like that's what they wanted. It was more of, no, I want to destroy this person. I want to continue on and drag this person, And I want to try to recruit the supporters or turn the supporters away from her. That's what it all boiled down to. It was, I want to get the supporters to see what I see, to feel how I feel, and to do what I did, okay? She should answer her own questions. When is the end goal? Because she is the instigator. Exactly. To ask when is the end goal, to me, to say when is the end goal, especially now, is crazy, because when I didn't say anything for all those days, right? And she said she know not to say anything because she know I come out here and walk her like a dog, right? That told me that she wanted me to say something to her, right? She wanted the back and forth. But, when you start talking to people that know her from off social media, they would tell you that she fixates on a person and she just wants to go back and forth, go back and forth, go back and forth. She has never been the type that come out here and just want to break down a story. That is not her thing. That's not her thing. Her thing is going back and forth with someone. That's it. Just beefing with people. That's her thing. She is a beefer. She's not a blogger. She's a beefer. That's it. She just want to beef. Even her calling the cops, she knew she would get stuff started up again. Yeah, so she called the cops because she wanted to hurt me. She wanted to hurt me. These people that's experiencing these narcissistic injuries, they want revenge. They want revenge, and revenge for something that could have been avoided, But she wanted to hurt me. She thought that they were going to arrest me. That's what she wanted. She wanted me to be arrested. She even said, she's out here always talking about people have criminal records. I want her to have a criminal record because she knows she has one. A few of her mods have one, and she wanted me to have one. She can't stand the fact that I don't have a criminal record. I had never done drugs. I've never been drunk. I've never been in a domestic violence relationship. She doesn't like that. She want me to have dealt with things that she's dealt with before, her struggles. She want me to share her struggles, dodging bullets when she was young and shit like that. She know I didn't have to do that. What I don't understand about her, though, is that she says, I said I wanted peace, right? And I apologized to everybody, and I told God that, this is not what I want to do, and blah, blah, blah. What I don't understand is if she truly believes in God, right? And she truly want to walk or have her life looking God-like. What I don't understand is how you can say, I apologize to all these people over here for dragging them for filth, for taking them, saying all these things about them, right? And God forgave me. But yet you do it to other people and you think you're justified. Huh? You think you're justified. How though? how is it that God says, okay, you did the right thing by apologizing to this group of people, but now I want you to turn around and I want you to drag this group of people for filth? Does that even make sense? I don't think that she would have went as far as she went when it came to me if she had any ounce of God in her. Any ounce of God. Because I believe that she would have said after, a day or two, you know what? I'm fucking wrong. I shouldn't be doing this shit. But in my opinion, that's just who she is. That's who she is. That's just, that's her. And that's what Dr. Rami said as well. We have to eventually look at these people and say, this is who they are. And, that's why her apologies, in my opinion, are so fake. Like, oh my God. Like, because you cannot apologize to a group of people and be like, oh, because God convicted me and I wrote a book because of the Lord and God convicted me. God convicted me. And you doing the same thing. Oh, y'all met my goal? Oh, thank y'all. I didn't even know. I just saw somebody say it. I appreciate y'all. I need to drink some water anyway. So let's run it up, y'all.
Go net, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest. Hit up, cash now. Screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go net, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest. Hit up, cash now. Screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go net, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest. Hit up, cash now. Screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go net, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest. Hit up, cash now. Screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go net, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest. Hit up, cash now. Screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go net, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest. Hit up, cash now. Screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now.
Thank y'all so very much. I do appreciate you guys. Run it up right now. Thank y'all so very much. I do appreciate it. I do. There's something else, I, I hate to say this, but like, let me look this up right quick. I want to look something up because I want to touch on this just a little bit. How long we been on? Okay, 2 hours. 2 hours and a half. Okay. So let me just touch on this just a little bit. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I could just touch on this just a few seconds. All right.
All of us experience.
All right, hold on. Let me see how long it is first. Oh, damn. Now we might have to do this in 2 parts. Oh, we might have to do this in 2 parts. I don't know, y'all. What do y'all think? Do we want to continue or do we want to come back tomorrow and finish this other? Because it's a 41-minute video, but I definitely want to hear all of it. Let me see what Marie says. I think she truly believes that the officer would not tell her name, laughing my ass off. I think she asked to be anonymous. That's why she said she's going to call and report the officer that gave her name. Oh my God. I believe you wholeheartedly. When she heard her name, that she flatlined. She said, oh, when I heard them say my name, I flatlined. So I do not believe that she thought the officer would give her name as well. I do not believe that she thought the officer was going to. And some people was on her panel saying they normally don't give out names. And she's like, right. So I believe that she did not know that the officer was going to give me her name. I do believe that if they wouldn't have given the name, she would have denied it to the fullest. She almost was trying to deny it. But when I said I was going to go get that audio pulled, that's when she decided, well, you know what? If she's going to reveal it anyway, let me go ahead and reveal it before she does. Okay? But she wanted to get a feel. She's always testing the temperature. She wanted to get a feel to see how people felt about it. Dang, did they like it? Did they accept it? Were they mad about it? So I believe she came out because she knew I was going to rat her out any damn way. Okay? But the officer did tell me who called her, whether she was supposed to or not. She told me. She told me. Okay? So there was no denying it. Absolutely no denying it. And it was done out of pure jealousy. Calling the police wasn't because wanting to report a criminal. Hell, she slept with a criminal. Okay? She let criminals insert themselves inside of her. Okay? She took her baby to see criminals in the prison dressed up like little princess. She let a criminal dance with her baby at at her party. Her 17-year-old birthday party. So it's not criminal. She got criminals as her moderators. So she doesn't have anything against criminals. She thought that I was making $1, and if that lady can stop my financial blessings by any means necessary, she will. Like she told everybody today, which, you know, and I want to say this because it's a misconception that my channel is full of Bree supporters. We do have Bree supporters. Hell, I'm a Bree supporter. But my channel are not all Bree supporters. But in her mind, that's what she believes. So she basically, you know, last month I told y'all, she challenged me to turn off my monetization for a month. Who does that? Who says turn off your monetization for a month, right? So she did that because she didn't like the fact that I was making money over here. And I ended up making more money in the month of February than I ever made on YouTube, okay? Then now it stopped giving Miss A super chats and go buy Bree a house, okay? Now my thing is, if that's something that she feels supporters should do, why didn't she go buy Robert a house? Because Robert was still up under her watch when he had to downsize from a 7-bedroom house to a 2-bedroom apartment. But you didn't see her out here doing a GoFundMe to save Robert or help him stay in his house. But that's her way of trying to manipulate people into not financially supporting, right? Same thing she said. Instead of giving your money to Miss A, I challenge you to open up a Roth IRA, or I challenge you to go and feed the homeless, right? But she does that, but in the same breath, when someone comes through and throw big super chats to her, she's like, see, look at God. Look at God. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Look at God. They thought my blessings was going to stop. My blessings ain't stopped. So she praised the name of the Father over every super chat she receives. But she want me to stop receiving super chats and for you guys to give money to Brianna. But the thing about it is, if I had any issue with supporters, my people that say they support me giving money to anybody, then I would have said something about you guys tipping Amber, someone that I've literally fought back and forth with for over 2 years. I don't control what people do with their money. I feel like sometimes God tells people to do this or do that with their money for their own blessing. God may have said, bless Amber. God may have said, bless this person, bless that person, bless this person, right? People can do whatever they want to do with their money. But because she's in this such competition, she's so bothered over every penny that I receive. She's so bothered. She's so bothered. She's so bothered that she talked about the goal setting button and tried to make it seem like it was a bad thing. But I didn't create the goal setting button. YouTube did, right? But other people set goals and she don't have a problem with it. Only when I receive money from a goal setting. She's so bothered over any little thing that I have. So now I ask you guys, are y'all with me for another 41 minutes, or do y'all want me to save this to tomorrow, or do you want me to do another live? It's still Dr. Rami, but baby, she talks about watch out for narcissists who are jealous and envious of you. It's 41 minutes long, but I do believe it's going to be some good information coming out of this one. You know, the name of it again is Watch Out for Narcissists Who Are Jealous and Envious of You. Okay? Are you guys interested in hearing this information? Let me know. She says, but she ain't bothered about my $35 for that fake business class. Yeah, you ain't gonna get that back, child. You ain't gonna get that back. She said, let's go. Okay, let's go then. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. We're gonna listen to this. And yeah, let's listen to this. I'm gonna set another goal. If you guys want to contribute, you can. If not, don't worry about it. But I'm gonna set another goal. But let's go. Hold on. And you know, and I got something else to say before we play this envious and jealous video. One thing I noticed about jealous, envious women, and I'm talking about women right now. The first thing they want to do, especially if they're not married, is to attack your relationship. They literally try to attack your relationship. This woman is so fake that she came out here saying that she's been married twice, but says she never signed a marriage certificate. But she had a wedding. This is the same woman that carried a fake baby for 9 months and claimed that she had a baby. Let me just ask you this. Raise your hand if you would literally plan a wedding. I'm talking about cake, fucking ice cream, a dress, guests, a DJ. Who would put together a full-blown wedding for a fake marriage? Who would do that? Who literally would fake a wedding? Do you know how expensive a wedding is? That is someone that cares so much about their image that they will go as far as faking a wedding. The dude probably told her, I don't want to be married to you. And she probably said, okay, well, can we just go through the motions? Who does that? Who would go to a wedding? Who would attend one that you know is not real? If I went to someone's wedding, I get teary-eyed at weddings too because I believe in love. You know what I'm saying? I get so teary-eyed because I just be saying, oh, and I be knowing they're going to go through trials and tribulations, but I be looking at it like, oh my God, you know? They're going to have a happy life. They're going to have to iron out some things, but they're going to have a happy life. But if I went to a wedding that I knew was fake, that they had no intentions on really being married, no marriage certificates was signed or anything like that, I'm going to think that both of them are sick, to be honest with you, because who does that?
Are narcissistic people jealous of everyone else? What are your thoughts? A lot of people wonder, like, are they just jealous of us? Okay, let's talk about that. My answer to that is yes, but probably not for the reasons you may hope. Narcissistic jealousy is a very common dynamic in narcissism. Now remember, jealousy in and of itself is a universal emotion. We're going to feel it as human beings when we're in competition for resources or affection. And in general, it's kind of an unpleasant feeling. If we don't care about something or are secure in what we have, we're not going to be as prone to jealousy. But even in a secure relationship, for example, if you notice your partner flirting or giving an inordinate amount of attention to someone who's also being a little bit flirty, you have that jealous feeling. And personally, I know my relationships in the past have been dead in the water. When I found out, like when I see them flirting or being shady, I simply didn't care. I'm almost thinking like, now you could be someone else's problem. kind of hoped they would just find someone else and save me the trouble of ending it. So there was no jealousy at those times. So jealousy, there's definitely, you have to have a little bit of skin in the game, right? Now, someone recently asked me, are narcissistic people jealous of our capacity for empathy, connection, intimacy, closeness? In other words, are narcissistic people jealous basically of healthy people's healthy personalities, relationships, and lives? And the answer to that is probably not. The amount of self-awareness required for a narcissistic person to have the depth, again, and self-awareness that empathy and closeness and vulnerability and deep connection are good, and to recognize that they don't have that capacity and that others do, it means that's just too many conceptual leaps that they're not going to be able to make. So no, they're not jealous of our empathy. What narcissistic people do get jealous of, and I mean really jealous, is if they covet what someone else has. Someone else has the car, the lifestyle, the status, the house, the stuff, the girlfriend, boyfriend, lover, whatever that someone else has. Or they're jealous of an ex-partner who has moved on, or maybe a sibling or a family member who is doing better than them, usually financially. Then the narcissistic jealousy can be explosive, and it can result in passive aggression, overt aggression, insults, social media dissing, anger, and in some cases even stalking behavior.
Oh, wow.
But you might even say this is more covetousness than jealousy, but they'll experience it as that uncomfortable jealousy. Listen, all of us, even folks with healthy personalities, do get jealous. A person struggling with infertility may be jealous of a pregnant friend. A person who is struggling financially may be jealous of a friend with a really well-paying job. A person who wants a home of their own or a larger place to live may be jealous of someone who has those things, a big place to live. In those cases, the jealousy doesn't mean wishing bad on the other person or even wanting them to lose it, but rather wanting what they want. Wanting what they have, because it may hit a wound or a need of ours. And listen, I'm going to give the narcissistic folks their props on this one, right? They're wishing for what they want to soothe their wounds too, right? Their insecurity, their ego needs, their fragility, their need for dominance, those are experienced as real needs by them. And the belief is that if they have these other things that they could feel good about, just status and money, whatever. So if they don't have them and someone else does, then they feel jealous. That's human. But the idea that they're actually jealous of our empathy and our flexibility and our psychological health, if it's happening, it might be a little bit, but if it is, it's really happening at such an unprocessed level. It's possible, like I said, but it's not going to be something they can access without years of self-examination or therapy. It would render a narcissistic person too vulnerable to dig that deep into themselves and pull that kind of feeling out. But the fantasy that it's just as simple as jealousy and that they're jealous of your empathy and your goodness. There is a longing and yearning that exists in narcissistic people that they cannot express. That is true. Ironically, it's the same yearning that exists in all of us, to be loved, to be seen, to be cherished, and to be valued. But for narcissistic folks, by not being in touch with those universal wants, they lash out at a world that can never deliver it as much as they want it to. It's quite likely that a sense of jealousy is a little of what drives them, of seeing people having genuine simple joys in their lives, and instead of just throwing themselves into the simple joys, may even have contempt for the simple joys others are able to have and have a wonderful time with. Some have said to me, it almost feels easier to think that they're jealous of me, then at least I can find and feel some serenity in my life. That's not a totally wrong assumption, but it's not at the superficial level of them actually understanding that's what's happening. I do think that a lot of why narcissistic people go through the world in such a combative, angry way is because there's an unfulfilled yearning in them. For many of us, that yearning is unfulfilled. The difference is, in a healthy person, they can name it and talk about it. For a narcissistic person, they're attempting to fill that hole with stuff that's never going to work. Hope that clarifies it. So I guess the answer to that question about jealousy is sort of, but it's a lot more complicated than you think. Thanks again.
So I kind of understand what she's saying, but she came from an aspect of, can a narcissist be jealous of you? Your empathy that you have for people, your compassion that you have for people. And she's like, no, they can't be jealous of that, but they're jealous of the covenant, of superficial shit, houses, cars, clothes, nice hair, husbands, and things like that, or whatever. They get jealous over material shit, but they're not jealous over your personality, or the way your empathy, your aura, things of that nature, which I don't know. She is the expert. I'm not going to take that from her. This is a video that came up. The other one dealt too much in the relationship aspect. I think they was going to try to get more into the girlfriend, boyfriend. Hold on. In my opinion, I believe that the constant coming out, yelling, screaming, raging online, at different people, because so far, right, in 2 months, okay, the fallout was January the 6th, okay? So 2 months. Yesterday made 2 months of the fallout, right? So the fallout was January the 6th. For 2 whole months, how many people have we heard her come out and drag? Not just me. It's me. It's the LOUDTalkerz. It's Candy. It's Ashley. It's Amber. Who else, you guys? She has targeted several people in a matter of 2 months. She got mad when she saw people in my chat. Remember that? This is after she said, oh, I wanted peace and I wanted everybody to come together. But yet she got mad when she saw other people in my chat. Has she went off on Mika since the 2 months period? I didn't know she went off on Mika since the 2 months. I'm saying since January, just since this January. She done went off on several people since January, okay? Oh, yeah, Trina. Yep, Trina. So with that being said, several people that she done went off on since January, but yet claims that she wanted peace. No, I'm talking about after our fallout. After our fallout. She left the group when she found out Superfans was in the group. Yeah, but that was before. Now they're sisters, remember? Now she's in a group with Superfans. Okay? Now she's in the group with the Superfan. I mean, TC anyway. TC, Break Room, Neo, Tinkers, Knee Deep, Tomik. She got all those over there. She's in a group with them. Those are her new sisters. Those are her new sisters. But anyway, she has came out raging, angry, yelling. And somebody said in here earlier that they feel like it's getting worse. Raise your hand if you are one that feels like her behavior is getting worse. If you've been looking at it and you can tell that it is escalating and it's getting worse, let me know. Or do you think it's just that it's just, it's the way it's always been? Or do you think it's escalating? She said narcissists get jealous of how other people treat you. Yeah, I believe that. And she said they all messy as fuck. Oh, talking about the ones that I just named. So you guys agree that it's getting worse? I believe that it's getting worse too. I believe it's getting so bad that she cannot focus. She literally cannot focus, right? People have been saying, let's get back to the Ramika. Let's get back to the Ramika. But she's so consumed with the anger, the rage, that she can't even concentrate. She says she's doing a lot more screaming. Yes, I didn't hear the whole thing. I think she did a breathe to the front of the class and or something like that. And I think I heard her yelling, "Get out, Brianna, get out," or something like that. Am I right or wrong? You know, her yelling, "Brianna, get out, Bree, get out." Like it was a crazy type scream. Crazy scream of her telling Brianna to get out. I mean, it was in a way that kind of, she said, but it's fake outrage. It might be fake outrage, but it's getting worse. The rage is getting worse. She said she was screaming for Brianna to run. Yeah, that's what it was. Run, Brianna, run. Run. And have you noticed that she's been more in her car a lot lately? So I'm thinking, do you think maybe she's door dashing or something? Going in, grabbing the food right quick, coming out, dropping it off on somebody's house, coming back in. I think she might be door dashing or Uber eating or something. I think she's delivering door dashers or something because she's in her car a lot. And then she's starting to eat. So I think she's out here door dashing. See, why'd you have to laugh? I'm trying to be serious over here, Ashley, and you over here laughing in the comments. No, I think that she's running food errands or something. I'm serious. I mean, I hear her eating and smacking, and then she's driving in her car. Am I the only one that noticed that? Come on, you guys. I'm being serious here. Y'all making me laugh. Look, I'm blaming this shit on y'all. No, but seriously, I'm thinking that something is, she's driving a lot. She's eating a lot. She's like, hold on for a second. So I think she's running into the store, grabbing the bag, the tacos or whatever, coming back into the car. She's like, I'm back, y'all. Then she's like, hold on again. I think she's delivering it to the door. And then she'd come back in and be like, all right, y'all, I just got off the elevator. I'm back, y'all. So I think that she is door dashing or Uber eating or you know, Instacarting or something, you know? So I don't know. Y'all are a mess. Y'all are a mess. But no, I do believe that the screaming and the yelling is escalating. Okay? It is absolutely escalating. She actually has bipolar disorder. 1 second she's calm, and the next second she's about to cry, and she jumps from topic to topic. Now, I have not heard her about to cry. Have y'all heard that? I have not heard the about to cry. I've just heard demon time, to be honest. I've heard calm talking and then yelling and screaming. And then when somebody come in the comments and say, like, why are you screaming? Then all of a sudden she's like, I'm just passionate. I'm not screaming. I'm just passionate about what it is that I talk about. But baby, I don't think she goes back and listens to herself and realize that she is not just being passionate. She is screaming and yelling, literally screaming and yelling. Okay. She's like a criminal trying to prove her innocence, but on deaf ears. Yeah, she's screaming and yelling, you know? But my thing is, and I was thinking this last night, I said, if a person lives such a fabulous life, they wouldn't even really care if people believe them or not. Whether we or anybody else believe that they live a fabulous life, it doesn't take away from her living a fabulous life. So I don't understand why she wants us to believe it so bad. So bad. Okay? So she said, I love your comedy. Thank you, Carmelita. Appreciate you, baby. So she goes to sleep on live. So what does that tells you? Just leave the supporters and go to sleep instead of ending it live. Yes, you know, she's an angry bird until she gets her sniff up the nose. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. She said, Amor, I love your comedy. God is exposing those who doesn't stand in truth and those who mock him. Yeah, I don't like the way people come out here and mock God, right? You know, oh, I'm such a woman of Christ, or I love the Lord so much. And then the next hour, they are tripping. I mean, straight tripping. What's wrong with her? She needs a real man that will care about her. She's too fucked up in the mind. And then, you know, it's like she puts down what she doesn't have. She put down people with degrees. Somebody came in my comments last night and was like, well, more you put down people that don't have degrees. I do not put down people that don't have degrees, right? Just because, and then that's what people don't understand. Just because you show off your degree, right, is not putting people down that don't have degrees. Do you guys understand that? Me posting my degrees or me saying I work hard for my degrees, that's not taken away from people that don't have degrees. You know? If I said, "Oh, you dumb motherfuckers out here, y'all didn't go finish no education and get y'all degrees," that would be putting down people with degrees. But just because I promote my degrees or show off my degrees, that's not putting down people that don't have degrees. But she has put down people with degrees multiple times. Multiple times. So I think there's a difference. I don't put down people that don't have degrees. Most people don't. Most people are the only one in their family with degrees. Raise your hand if you're the only one in your family with a degree. And when I say your family, I'm talking about your immediate family, your mama, daddy, sister, brother. Are you the only one in your family that have a degree? Mama, daddy, sister, brothers. She said, I don't have a degree. I'm very proud of people who do that took focus and work. Thank you, Tammy B. She said, having a degree is hard work and something to be proud of. Why be intimidated? It's never too late to become educated. Exactly. It's plenty of people walking across the stage, 70s and 80-year-olds. Some people walking across the stage, 70 and 80, getting their high school diploma. I think some people need to start there. She said, you could tell she doesn't have enough education. Speech would have helped her. I do believe she has a speech impediment, and I think that's a disability. I don't actually think that comes from the lack of education. I think it's just a speech impediment. I know some very, very smart people that say screep and scrimp. You know, so I can't say that. I mean, it's funny. We mock her because she's such a mean person that she mocks people for all types of shit. Like, this is how I know that she's not a good person, right? She know I came out here with my own story of my childhood trauma about eating eggs out the toilet, right? So she does that. She eats shit out of a toilet bowl, eat eggs out of a toilet bowl. So she mocks my childhood trauma. Then she mocks Ashley G's what happened to her daughter, and also her medical, what she's going through with Bell palsy or whatever. She mocks Ashley and things of that nature. So she mocks people for real life things that's happening to them, right? But if you mocked her for going and get a BBL because she didn't like the way she was shaped, and then the BBL was fucked up, so she had to go get it removed, and they didn't take all of it out or whatever, she'll have a problem with you saying something about her when she done said the most nastiest stuff about you. And she does it with no regards. No regards. And she did the same thing to Felicia, said all these awful things about Felicia, and then turn around and say things like, I can't believe the people that sat there and listened to me say these nasty things. And you would think that somebody say that would turn away from saying nasty things, but no, she continues to say nasty things just about somebody different. Just about somebody different, right? Because she speaks on Ashley's daughter with what happened. And what she said, the things that she said about Felicia, in my opinion, was the worst than anybody has ever said about Felicia. But she put it off on, I was just defending Amora, or I was defending Amora, or I just can't believe that people sat there and listened to me. What horrible way to take accountability. She said, yes, she mocked Ashley and her daughter today, and it was very sickening. See, that's what I'm talking about. But yet she'll say 6 months from now, I can't believe that the true supporters sat there and listened to me say all this disgusting stuff. instead of damn, I said some disgusting things because I'm a disgusting human. I use my mouth to say disgusting things because that's how I feel about myself. I'm insecure. She, in my opinion, I do believe that she's insecure. Very much insecure. You know? She's very much insecure. So she's in 8th grade and still don't have anything going for herself. Yeah, so I think she puts down others to make herself feel good about herself. And in my opinion, that has to be, you know, even though I'm not like a big churchgoer, I have been to church plenty of times. I believe they teach that. They teach against that in church, putting people down just to make yourself feel good. I think there's a verse that goes with that. I'm trying to think of not doing to others as you have them doing to you. What? I can't remember. Anyway, but I can't remember the verse. But she puts people down to make herself feel good. That's not, in my opinion, anything godlike, you know? She said, my daughter was delayed in speech, but she's a degree holding woman with now her own catering business, restaurant opening next. My baby had an IEP. I'm so damn proud of her. There you go. There you go. Be proud of your baby. We proud of you. We proud of her too. I definitely wasn't cool with some of the stuff she said about Felicia and told her that in the chat. It's a thin line between being nasty and being low down. Exactly. And I'm not saying I'm perfect because I know I done came out here and said some shit. But y'all, I ain't gonna lie, and I just have to be honest. I am careful. I'm selected with some of the things that I say. Because even sometimes, even when the devil be fucking with me and some things come up, I say to myself, shit, I can't even say that. I can't say that. Because it'd be too grimy. Too grimy. So I'm cognizant of how grimy I will go. Some of the things that I can't say that I've heard other people say out here, I'd be like, ooh, that's a little rough. That's a little rough. Too rough around the edges for me. But it's been times when I'll be like, ooh, I'm a freaking hurt somebody's feelings. I'm gonna say this, and I'm like, no more of that ain't even you, girl. Shut up and go sit down somewhere, you know? Because some of the things I be wanting to say, oof. But I ain't gonna say I want to say it all the time. Like, you know, it may have raveled this ugly head a few times, and I wanted to say something very nasty out of my mouth, but then I just couldn't even do it. When I processed it in my head, I said, I can't say that shit. She can get a check for speech disorder. Oh, shit. You better not say that, honey. She'll be down there on Monday. She said, I have heard you say that several times. What? That I can't say that? Yep. I'll be like, oof, I can't say it. I can't do it. I can't. Oh, I say something like, ooh, let me not say that. So yeah, that's me stopping myself. Because I could get grimy. But, you know, I can, but I just can't. I know that's contradictory, right? I can, but I can't. I mean, I can, but it's not going to make me feel good. It's not going to make me feel good. She said, you sure do self-assess, Amora. You get ready to say something, and then you say, no, I'm not going to say that. I'd be like, what is it? Yeah. I know I do, but it's not, you know, sometimes you have to stop yourself. You got to chin check yourself. Especially when me and Amber was going back and forth. It was some times when I wanted to get down real low. And I was just like, oh, no, I can't say that. I can't say that, you know? I can't say that. I'm like, nah, I can't say that. Yeah, you know, we struggle with different sides of us, right? But something in me be like, Amora, don't you dare say no mess like that, right? You know, but in my opinion, Jenny does not care. Jenny mouth is disgusting. And yes, we listened to it. Yes, we tipped her. We threw super chats. We enjoyed it. And we enjoyed it when she was running LaTruth down, running his supporters down. But baby, if we have to be honest with ourselves, she says the most disgusting things ever. Her mouth is nothing of a godly woman or a woman that loved the Lord. Nothing. nothing of the such. The such. Her mouth does not scream pure. And she always, my heart is pure. My heart is pure. Girl, no, it's not. At all. My heart is pure. My heart is pure. Can you imagine somebody saying their heart is pure, but they say the most disgusting things ever? She said, Amor, she said she would be down there on Monday. Who said they would be down here on Monday? Amor, what you just said, she will be where on Monday? Wait a minute, I said what? I said I'll be down where on Monday? But guess who's in town, y'all? I gotta tell y'all this. Where my phone? Who said who coming on Monday? Now, you know what? I should leave it as a surprise. I should leave it as a surprise. Hold on. Now, you know what? I'm going to leave it as a surprise. Sorry, I didn't mean to call. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to call Candy. Sorry. She said, oh, yeah, to get her check. Oh, yeah. Yeah. If she find out that she can get a check for a speech impediment, she gonna be there on Monday. She gonna be calling them on Monday. How I get this check? I want a check to see if I can get a check, and I want back pay. Hell, I'm trying to retire. Hey, she wants to retire so bad. She'll be down there on Monday. She'll be trying to figure out how to get a check. Somebody that said she can get a check for a speech impediment. I don't know if it's true, but she'll be down there on Monday trying to figure out how to get that damn check. And I want back pay. I'm 48 years old. I've been talking since I was 15 months. You do the math. I want to retire, so I got to hire a cleaning crew that I can videotape. and a driver in 2026 instead of 2006. That shit was fucking 20 years ago. She said, why you always do this to us? Who is it? So, I think I should surprise y'all. Do y'all like surprises or no? Do y'all like surprises or no? I'm going to meet up with somebody tomorrow. She said, keep the secret is a surprise. So y'all want to see who I'm meeting up with tomorrow? Or do y'all want me to tell y'all? I know some of y'all will be like, who is it? Who is it? Who is it? She said, no spill the tea. Look at you, Shalandra. She's talking about no spill the tea. Amora said, I can get a check for my speech impediment. Where do I sign up? Okay. She said, we will be surprised today. She said, your personal assistant? No, I need a personal assistant, though. She said, not surprised. I already mentioned beforehand. She's going to tell us. I wonder, should I tell y'all? I am going to be meeting anybody. Do anybody know? Candy talking about don't do it. Candy, you don't even know. I haven't even told you. I have not told you. She said, tell us. Jazzy said she may already know. Jazzy, who is it? Now I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be some mad motherfuckers tomorrow. It's gonna be some mad motherfuckers tomorrow. She said, Miss Season. Me and Miss Season going to the Breakfast Club tomorrow. Candy said, I'm sure I know. How you know? She said, does Jay know? Yeah, Jay know. She said, 9 Meg. Why you say 9 Meg? What? No more. Jazzy says she may already be getting a disability check. Oh, she may already be getting a check. Let me make a call right quick. Hold on. you gonna put me on? You better answer the phone. I may need to call the other way. Hey, where you at? Oh, I don't know where that's at. But you coming over here tomorrow? All right. What time? Let me know, cause we gonna blow the internet. Okay, just let me know what time though. Is it gonna be after like 12, 1? We gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun. But let me know. And then we'll go to Breakfast Club afterwards or so. Or maybe it's a spot over here. Actually, it's a spot over here we can go to. All right, so yeah, it is. It's soul food. It's good. Let me see right quick. I think they open early, but hold on. But I think maybe 12 or 1 would be good. Yeah, and and whoever your friends are, they can come too. Yeah. We're gonna surprise the internet tomorrow. Okay, all right. Y'all be careful tonight now. Okay, all right. Talk to you soon. All right, bye. Y'all, baby, when I tell you it's gonna be some people mad tomorrow, girl. Candy. Let me call Candy right quick. She said Breakfast Club gonna be done tomorrow. We're not gonna go there tomorrow. I mean, I think we're gonna eat out over here. Let me call you, Candy. Let me tell you who coming through tomorrow, girl. Girl, you know every goddamn thing. You the PI. Oh, you did? Oh, yeah. You coming out or are you gonna be busy? Oh, that's right. You going to New York. Okay. Well, damn. Okay, well, anyway, we're gonna have some fun. Okay. Okay, all right, bye. Y'all, Candy knew. You can't pull shit over Candy. You can't pull shit over Candy. But y'all, she said nine meg voice. Girl, listen, we're gonna have some fun tomorrow, y'all. I am going to come live. And y'all, if people already hate me, they gonna double, triple down hate my ass tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Okay. They gonna hate me tomorrow. She said it sound like Courtney. Hey, y'all crazy. She said, nah, Meg, I remember you saying big content creators want to collaborate. No, it's not Nine Mag, but I would love to collaborate with Nine Mag on something, you know. She said, tell Jay the SWAT team will be at your house, girl. Listen. She said, now that would make folks mad. Beautitude for sure. What did Beautitude say? Let me see what she said. What did Beautitude say? Let me see what she said. Let me go up. I don't see it. What did you say, Beautitude? Let me see. I don't see it. Let me see. I'm going to make reservations for us. I don't see what Beautitude said. But I don't see your comment. But tomorrow I got a surprise for y'all. Yes, I got a surprise. I want to know what Beautitude said. What did Beautitude say, y'all? She said, I had my ears to the phone. I heard. She said, what time will you be on? Well, hopefully 12 or 1 tomorrow. She said, more with the chat. She stay with it. Yes, I do. She said, RH. Girl. She said, RH. Girl, you are too funny. She said, Robert, oh my goodness. How y'all know it's a guy? How do y'all know it's a guy? Okay. How do y'all know it's a guy? She said, I turned the TV all the way up and heard LOS. Y'all so damn funny. It is a secret. It's a secret. She said, what's the topic for tomorrow? Tomorrow is going to be but God. Okay, but God. No, tomorrow is going to be I don't know. I'm gonna think of it. But we're gonna eat some soul food tomorrow. She said, people eyeballs will be bulging out. Uh-huh. She's talking about we all know it's a dude. Oh, she said Popeye's eyes will be bulging out. Girl, I'm gonna be called everything but a child of God tomorrow. I already know. She said, more go look what I just posted in the group. Let me see what she posted. Let me see what she posted in the group. I can only imagine what it is. Let me see. Look, let me see. I can't get over here fast enough. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Girl, that's a whole nother live. That's a whole nother live right there, girl. We definitely need to have that live. Oh my goodness, girl. Oh, Jesus, mercy. Oh, Jesus. She said, my Mac is a guy, also known as Carlos and Davis. David. She said, Carlos' inside voices like yours or more. Y'all jokers ain't fooling us. What are you talking about? She's talking about, don't spill the beans to tomorrow for they what? For they what? Don't spill the beans to tomorrow for they asses can't be surprised. Exactly. We gonna hold on to it till tomorrow, y'all. We gonna hold on to it till tomorrow. She said, Maura, why you starting fires playing with the sticks from the woods? It's fixing to be a whole firework show. Yes, it is. But listen. Yeah. It's gonna be a surprise tomorrow. Okay. She said, who is Amora? We not sleeping tonight. Who is it, Amora? Y'all gonna find out tomorrow. We're gonna go live. We're gonna eat at a restaurant. And we're gonna go live and we're going to somebody tell us in the LT group. We're gonna go live tomorrow, but we're going to sit down and chill. She said phone's ringing off the hook as we speak. Probably so. Oh, but I got some news to tell y'all. Well, y'all probably already know. Because y'all be knowing things before I find out. And then I found out it'd be all late. But I heard that Romika's family is coming to YouTube, okay? And gonna take over I guess the stories or whatever. Hold on. Somebody sent me something today, and let me see if I got it. Did y'all hear that already? That they are getting YouTube's channels and they are taking over. They said, let me see what the girl name is. Hold on. I'll tell you in a minute. I heard they are taking over. They are tired of people, I guess, putting out information. And they mad at people posting things. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Mm-mm-mm-mm. So La Leslie wrote this, okay? Wait a minute, she said, don't forget to turn your clocks up an hour before going to bed. Okay, thank you so much, Troy, for that information. She said, tomorrow topic, we knew Amora was part of the plot. Amora was part of what plot? Tomorrow topic would be like, I was part of the plot. I'm the one that told Holly to go get the CCL and the restraining order because I knew September the 8th was going down. Yeah, honey, I be in the goddamn, listen, I was already in the legal paperwork in Atlanta. I'm gonna end up some type of way in the legal paperwork in Chicago. You hear me? I'm gonna be an accomplice before this shit is all over with. To my Amora is Los Amora the new Tasha K, just not like her exactly. She better than her. We going up. Singing Jefferson song. Moving on up to the east side. We finally got a piece of the pie. It'd be funny. No, I ain't even gonna say. I was gonna say something. I ain't even gonna say. She said, if a narcissist's injuries are too severe, they sometimes can get out of it. They can't get out of it. Amor, you hide your surprise and spill the others. So listen, I heard that Romika family is coming to YouTube. And they're going to start speaking on the story and they're going to strike people. And from what I heard, their people for using their family's photos and videos without permission. Without permission. Did y'all hear that? I heard that they going to start striking the content creators that's been covering the Romika side of the story, like the people that's supposed to be with them. They're going to start striking them, is what they're saying. If you don't ask their permission to use the videos or photos. She said, yes, I heard that. Isn't that crazy to me, though? I mean, to me, that's crazy, y'all. But is that crazy to y'all? Is that crazy? She said Tasha K was talking about Bree. The chat was like, did you pay Cardi B? She said Holly is home. Is that the surprise? No, not yet, girl. Not yet. Not yet. She said, I forgot. They said the feds is coming for you. So anyway, I heard that they're coming over to the YouTube channel and they're going to start speaking on speaking on the case, and they're going to start striking their own content creators for not getting their permission. Now, let me just say this. I don't, that's just what I heard. Somebody said, La Leslie said it. But my thing is this, okay. You can't stop a blogger. How do I want to say this? What gives the family the right? Okay. I just feel that I think the family wants control over who speaks on the case. I think they're a bit controlling. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think they are a bit controlling. This is not normal behavior. You can't stop a blogger from blogging on a story. I don't understand where they feel that they have the power to stop someone from blogging on a story. When do you say you got to get my permission to blog on a viral story? I think somewhere along the line, someone has told the family that they have the control to control who blogs on a viral story. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to be careful with words, but She said, and Queen Fee over there apologizing, and she deleted the video. Apologizing to who? Bree or to the family? Because I heard they coming. I heard that they were coming. I heard through the grapevine that the family is coming to YouTube and they're going to pretty much dominate the Romika supporters, right? And because they don't like, because I will say now some of the information is coming out that's not correct. However, I heard that hold on one second. I heard that some information is not correct, but I also heard that they sick of people capitalizing. She said the money or more. They want the moolah. Girl, Christina, that's what it is right there. That's what it is right there. They have seen for months other content creators getting paid, making dollars off of discussing Romika. And they like, wait a minute, all I got to do is discuss her and I'm going to get paid? That's what I think. I don't know. What do y'all think? Would you become a content creator based off of your sister's story? She says, and Queen Fee over there apologizing, and she deleted the video. Deleted what video? La Leslie video. Oh, she had a video for La Leslie? Oh, did she say something to her? La Leslie does too much. She's the first one that came out with the mess. Yep, she sure was. So did she have what she apologized to La Leslie for? Did she say something about her? Well, anyway, let me just say this. As a blogger, if a family came out and said, I don't want you blogging on my sister, my daughter, my niece, or whatever the case may be, and you need to take that down, I would disconnect myself from the family and continue doing what the fuck I'm doing. I would not get the family's permission to blog on no damn story, and I wouldn't let no family tell me that I can't blog on a story. I'm not, as a blogger, why would you let a family tell you what you can and can't blog on? Those people want too much control. I'm sorry. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. But some of them are indebted to the family. They've kissed their asses so much that they can't turn around. So the family does control some of the bloggers, and I know a few. And they will suck out their what in the hell is this? Girl, what the hell is that? Ooh, child. Some people need to stop taking photos. God damn. Child, that does not. Ooh. Child, that don't look good. That look. That look like something belong in a damn Thanksgiving meal or some shit. Like a butterball turkey with the legs put together and girl, child, stop. She says they can come out, but they better not crash out because that would be more for the content creators to talk about. Now, that's true. That's true. That's true. It's a few of them that I don't necessarily care for. But baby, when I tell you, they are saying, they pushing back on the family. They like, you can't tell us what to blog about. She said, child, they mad. Folks on Facebook said Bree is paying me because I'm not bashing her. Girl. They want everybody to bash Bree. That's crazy. She said, well or more, but they did exploit Romika, but they let them encourage them with storylines and shit. That's true, they did. They did exploit her. They did. But now things are, maybe changing just a little bit. And I think that they're feeling it. She says, oh no, hold on. Wait a minute. I was going to read another one. We already heard Trina say they be in conference calls talking about what they going to say. Really? Oh my God. Say online? I believe it. I believe it. But from my experience, I would just say it's not a good idea to run your channel based on what somebody else wants you to say. It's best for you to do your own research and say what you came up with in doing your own research. She said it wasn't about them blogging because they were with them until they started spreading lies and just making up things. Miss Tina didn't even want them dragging Holly like they were. I don't know. Oh, So you saying that because now that they telling lies, they want them to stop? Okay. Okay. Well, I heard they said that they was coming over to YouTube. They building a channel on YouTube, and they're going to start speaking on their own sibling. She said yes. She said it. Amber played the video a while back. Amora, what is Lysandra beef with you? That lady act like you did something personal to her. That I ain't done nothing to that lady. I just think she's a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That's it. That's all. She wants attention. I ain't done nothing to that old lady. I don't know what her beef is with me. Whatever it is, she could bite on it, chew on it, and swallow it. She wants my attention, I guess, to blow her page up. Oh, let me beef with her more so I can finally retire. I don't know. I guess that's what she looking for. Ain't nobody done nothing to that lady. Ain't nobody done nothing to that lady. She living in a delusional world, I guess. She said, hell, I'm still waiting to see Jeannie commentary on Romika. Girl, she ain't got no commentary on Romika. She don't have no commentary on Romika. That was all a fake and a fraud. A facade. All she has is beef. Beef with me. Somebody was like, I wanted to hear her take on the Romika, but she kept on dragging her more, so I just left out the chat. Girl, she gonna forever drag me. What you mean? That's what she did. She had people thinking that she was going to cover the story, but see, she's too busy trying to figure out. Well, Miss A said, see, she doesn't know how to do anything but just, beef. That's it. She don't know how to cover the story from a legal standpoint. She even said that out her mouth. I don't care nothing about no legal standpoint. She said, More, you also played the video. You don't remember, and Trina came on your panel. You talking about, oh, yeah. The sister yelling and crying and snot nose crying and whatnot. I played that. She said, Lysandra is the only real or true supporter and will never like Amor because his true self was exposed, and she didn't like that one bit. I don't believe that she's a real true supporter. I mean, I think she likes him, but I don't think that I don't know. I can't say that. I can't say she ain't a real true supporter, but I know he don't feel for her the way she claims she feel for him. Jeannie and Zero X was never a Remix supporter. They use her name for views. They're not the only two. They are not the only two. Let's keep it a buck. They are not the only two. It's several more of them. Did not have no intentions on covering this story. They just wanted to fight. Period. Cassie baby, she's in love with RH and a more LOUDTalkerz ass, and she's still mad about it. Yeah, no, Lysandra just gonna have to get over it. I don't even say nothing to that lady. I don't listen to that lady. I don't mention that lady. I don't do nothing. So for her not to like me, honey, she'll die not liking me, honey. She need to get right with God. Cause girl, I don't say nothing about that lady. I ain't got nothing for her. I ain't take nothing from her. I ain't giving her shit. So she might as well get the fuck over it or just stay mad until she croak. I don't give a fuck. I promise you I don't. She said that's because she overstepped her boundaries with him by always calling and trying to check him. Well, I could probably save her some time, but, let her figure it out, okay? She said it on her live. She said what on her live? That she's still mad over me blogging on Robert? Well, honey, she can stay mad. She can stay mad. Let that thief go color. Bye, old lady. She said, I see Zero X done clear her page with the Romika videos. Listen, girl. I knew, child, let me drink this water. Ain't no way. It's just ain't no way. She said, y'all see RH over there trying to be petty. Now, we don't be watching him like that no more. She said, I don't understand how people are still mad at Amor, but support the heathen when she said the most disgusting things about RH. Exactly. That's how you know they fake as fuck. That's how you know Dawn fake. That's how you know Lysandra fake. That's how you know a few people fake. She said, Amor, I know this is about something else, but please check out what's going on with Dwight Howard. Sorry. Girl, I saw it. Somebody posted it in the group. That's why I said we need to have a whole nother live because, girl, what the hell? What the Yante? Girl, what the hell? We definitely need to have another live because, baby, we need to have another live because Amy ain't out here snot nose crying, acting like she did not know. Here, let's listen to it. Hold on. Let's go on and listen to it. We might as well, child. We didn't cover a lot in this video. Hold on. I want me some Girl Scout cookies. Hold on. We're gonna play this for 5 minutes while I go get child. Look like I might put back on them damn 200 pounds. The devil is a liar. Pants on fire. Let's find out what's going on with Amy Luciana, whatever her name is. This is Dwight Howard's bride. But let's find out what's going on with Amy Lucigana. I don't know her name, y'all. But let's look like she's crying. She too pretty to be crying, but let's find out what's going on, y'all.
To know me, you know I am so prideful and so private.
Y'all let me know if y'all can hear this. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can do something else. Give me a second. All right, here we go. I needed to do something different. Okay, hold on. She said to know me. Okay, hold on.
To know me, you know I am so prideful and so private. It hurt me so bad to have to even protect myself in this type of way. But my marriage has landed me in a very dangerous position. My stepdaughter was just taken by CPS because of her father.
Oh, shit.
CPS and the police have been here 3 times in less than 3 months, and I stood in it with my husband, even though I was scared for my own self. Whatever he wanted me to say, whatever it was, I'm thinking this is my husband. I had everybody around me saying, even after I tried to divorce him the first time, everybody around me says, you can't leave your husband this soon. You said through sickness, through health, you said through good or bad. That's why I came back, but this is going way too far. But it's not even about me, it's about the kids. The stuff that I have to go through with the kids, I have to be witnesses to. I mean, the police at the house, they ask me questions. I don't know how do I lie for my husband. I've never been married before. I am in love with my husband. I don't want him to get in trouble, so of course I'll be his alibi, but this is going way too far.
Ooh, what the hell you do?
And now I'm getting mixed all in this. I have been with this man for 14 months.
Oh, shit. What do you do, girl?
I cannot ruin my entire life for something that this person is doing. I just cannot do it. I tried to get so much help. I asked for counseling in our marriage. We went through 2 different counselors. When I say I love my husband, I don't want to leave my husband. But the positions he keeps putting me in. And it's all over nothing. I keep telling people he needs some help, y'all. I live with him. This is not him. This is not the wife. This is trauma. This is everything he's been through, but just not the kids. I have to advocate for the kids. And I can't go down for what he's doing. So they took our daughter.
What the fuck he do?
And I'm just sitting there like, do I speak up? Do I be quiet? What do I do? But I caught this man.
Caught him doing what?
I caught this man forcing our 12-year-old son to cover for him, his son, to cover for him. He had him lying. I recorded it. He was coaching our son to lie on me, and I had to record it. And it's this shit. I try to tell everybody he needs some help. And ain't nobody want to fucking listen because he got the money. I can say whatever y'all don't understand. I live with him. He needs some help. And this is it. This is what I'm fucking losing my fucking marriage to. This shit. This shit right here, I told everybody, y'all gotta help him. He is spiraling. I'm in here with him. I'm trying to love him through it. I was gonna run out the door. I was gonna leave him. But everybody told me, don't leave him. He's struggling. I stayed, but not this year. We got the police involved. CPS, you're lying on me. You making up alibis. You got our son, my stepson, lying. And thank God I recorded it. And he innocent in this, but you said just to protect yourself, you would take anybody out, including me, and I can't let you do it no more. I don't want to share the dirty secrets. I don't want to go out like how everybody else did this, man.
Dirty secrets.
But I got to protect myself now. I'm uncomfortable. Now, I don't know what is going to, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable. This man has the money. This man controls it all. And it's not about no money. I've been with this man for 14, 15 months. I never asked him for $1, nothing. I'm not on the credit cards. I just...
Wait a minute. Y'all said what? She got drugs. Hold on. I stepped out for a minute. Hold on. Y'all said she got drugs online? Hold on. What? Wait a minute. She got some drugs in her hand? What is that? Is that coke?
This is what I'm fucking losing my fucking marriage to. This shit.
Oh, shit. Hold on. What the fuck? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I stepped out.
It's this shit. I try to tell everybody he needs some help. And ain't nobody would have fucking listened because he got the money. I kept saying, whatever, y'all don't understand. I live with him. He needs some help. And this is it. This is what I'm fucking losing my fucking marriage to. This shit.
Is that cocaine? Looks like crack and meth. Crack and meth? Hell, I thought crack and meth was rocks. Crack and meth?
This shit right here, I told everybody, y'all gotta help him.
Oh, wait a minute. She got some in her nose, too? Hold on. Or is that snot? Hold on. Is she sniffing, too?
This shit right here, I told everybody, y'all gotta help.
Oh, that's snot. That's snot. That's snot.
Help him. He is spiraling. I'm in here with him. I'm trying to love him through it. I was gonna run out the door. I was gonna leave him. But everybody told me, don't leave him. He's struggling. I stayed, but not this year. We got the police involved. CPS, you're lying on me. You making up alibis. You got our son, my stepson, lying. And thank God I recorded it. And he innocent in this, but you said just to protect yourself, you would take anybody out, including me, and I can't let you do it no more. I don't want to share the dirty secrets. I don't want to go out like how everybody else did this, man. But I got to protect myself now. I'm uncomfortable. Now, I don't know what is going to... I don't know. I'm uncomfortable. This man has the money. This man controls it all. And it's not about no money. I've been with this man for 14, 15 months. I never asked him for $1, nothing. I'm not on the credit cards. I just love him for him. But this shit is going too fucking far. And I'm so embarrassed. And I gotta even I'm just like, I don't know what to do. When I heard my stepson being coached to lie on me, I gotta protect myself now, and I know it's supposed to be through sickness and health, but this shit is scary. This is why I'm losing my fucking marriage. What? Because the money, y'all didn't want to help him.
Oh, that's a big ass crack rock, ain't it? Oh, shit. Amy Luciana. Amy Luciana. But where our girl at? Where Royce? Oh, let me go to Roy's page because I know Royce is somewhere fucking twerking, dancing. Royce, let me get out of here. What's Roy's page, y'all? What's Roy's last name, y'all? I'm about to say Royal Royce. What's Roy's last name? Royce It's something Royce Reed. Yeah, Royce Reed. I know she is somewhere with the eyes laughing. Hold on. 1 hour ago, a fluffy dog has gone viral on social media. Okay. Because it looked like a one-eyed black alien. I'm sure that probably got something to do with let me look at her story. I'm surprised if Royce ain't said nothing. She hasn't though. She ain't said nothing. I'm surprised Royce Reed ain't said nothing, y'all. I'm just shocked. She said, what the fuck now? I was laid back sipping my wine, just made me sit all the way up. Girl, Amy is exposing her shit, I don't even know if you want to call him down low, because he said, y'all don't tell me what I do with my wood. She exposing her husband for, I guess, being on drugs. You know, he like extracurricular activities. Let me go to his page. Dwight. Dwight, what you doing, Dwight? Dwight. Dwight. He probably gonna say, it ain't true. Why y'all worrying about what I do? You smoking crack rock, dude. You gonna ruin your life with some damn crack. What's wrong with these people? He ain't saying nothing, but let me just look at him. He is rather skinny, but I don't know. Is he on crack? Hell, a week ago he was looking like he was on crack. I don't know if it looked like he on crack, but he looked dangerous. Dangerous. That's a week ago. He told me, let go, let go. I don't know, y'all. Anyway, Dwight, what you been doing? What you been doing, Dwight? Dwight, you smoking the white powder. Dwight was in India. A week ago. Dwight, what you doing over there, Dwight? Dwight, what you doing? Dwight. She said, more, have you seen Antoine McBride video about Bree and Ja? No. I'm pretty sure it's something I don't want to see. She said, you don't smoke it, you snort it more. Oh, well, shit. Ain't it's the same? Smoke, snort. Royce was lying on him. Kevin, wait a minute. Royce was what? Royce wasn't lying on him. Kevin Dwight Howard to shut her up. She said, Royce says, glad it's not me. I know that's right. Amy is enticing her own self by being in possession of the drugs on live. All he's gonna say it ain't his. She said, Amore, have you seen Corey's latest video? What Corey got going on, y'all? What's going on with Cora? What's going on with Cora? This one right here, affirmation. The affirmation video. You talking about the affirmation video? She said her stepdaughter, she said step a couple of times. DH isn't going to respond right now. Amy, oh, I just did that. Enticing herself. Antoine McBride is defending Bree. Oh, with her and Ja? I can't believe he defending Bree. She said, yes, you will, because he wants in on Ja. That one where she's dancing with the white dude. Oh. Oh, right here. Let me see. Go on, Cora, girl. Get it, girl. I hope she found her a rich man. Find you a rich one, girl, that's going to treat you good. Not another Justin. You messed up with him, honey. Go on, Cora, with your bad self. I know Justin be looking like, God damn, that used to be mine. I know Justin like, damn, I wish I had that blackness back. She said, yeah, McBride likes Bree. Who is Antoine McBride? I never forget the White Howard went between his teammates' legs, feeling on dude's private part. Yeah, I remember that too. Yeah, Cora is definitely getting it. Oh, Antoine McBride. Oh, you know, I thought you was talking about somebody else. Antoine. You know, Antoine almost passed away, right? Oh, yeah, Antoine McBride. Okay. I know you talking about the comedian Sip. It says, I thought a motherfucker that went to jail and back out dancing said something, Bree. Can't be stopped. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's look.
Well, blessed and good spirit.
Since we on here, since y'all listen.
Good morning. Good morning. Good motherfucking morning. How everybody doing? Hope everybody well, blessed and in good spirit. Y'all don't have to tag me in no more video. Yes, I see her. Bree can't be stopped. I see Bree back out dancing. I thought a motherfucker that went to jail and back out dancing said something. Y'all know y'all gotta leave these women alone. Y'all know these women can't be stopped. These women can't be stopped. At this point, y'all gotta stay out of Bree's life, stay out of her business, and let that woman live her life and make her money on the internet. She can't be stopped. They didn't stop this. They didn't try. They can't stop Bree. They done broke her fingers. She done been hit in the head with buckets. They done called the police and said she got guns. She's a domestic terrorism. Bree can't be stopped. They done locked her up. She's back out dancing. Back in the street back to Atlanta. I know they mad. I be mad too. Bree back out shaking them big ass titties, throwing that little ass around. Man, here's what y'all get. Y'all think y'all can put a little dick in these women and think they gonna stop. They ain't gonna stop. Stop it. They can't be stopped. I see it all. Y'all don't gotta tag me no more and ask me, do I see it? Yes, I see her. This is a woman just living her life. Let that woman live. That woman, they done broke her fingers? That woman been hit in the head with buckets? That woman has survived. That man think because he put twins in that woman, she ain't gonna stop dancing? That boy done put twins in that woman. She's still shaking them titties back in the street, man. Back to Atlanta. Twins can't even stop breathing. That's a woman that you can't hold down. You can hit in the head with a bucket. You can break her fingers. You can try to put twins in her to lock her down. She gonna still shake them titties. And I salute you, Bree. Do what you do and get your money, baby. I done seen they done hit you in the head with buckets. I done seen they done broke your fingers. And these niggas must love you. These niggas must love Bree. They know she crazy. Janelle knew that woman was crazy before he put twins in her. You can't have other women over at y'all. Talking about she crash out. All these bitches will crash out. Y'all ladies stop playing. Y'all know if y'all go over nigga house and another woman over there, every bitch in the world gonna crash out. Stop acting like all these bitches will crash out. These bitches crashing out and they ain't even catching niggas. These bitches just crashing out for nothing. If Brianna caught somebody over there and she thought he was giving her some jerk chicken and dick, y'all know she went crazy. Yes, Brianna went crazy. If Johnny ever had somebody at his house and he was over there trying to give out some jerk chicken and some that African dick, yes, Bri almost lost her goddamn mind. She was going to jail. She was going to jail. You saw what they did with Rob? Man, you saw what she did to Rob? Janelle, you better stop playing. Stop acting like you don't know Bri or act a motherfucking fool while you got bitches all at your house. Acting like you don't understand. Acting like you don't understand the motherfucking assignment. Man, that's big Bri. Bri will act a motherfucking fool. And these niggas know what they be doing. They playing in their face. Man, them African niggas trying to have 3-4 wives, Bri ain't going. You trying to give out jerk tricking. You trying to give out some of them goddamn oxtails and dick. Bri ain't gonna let you give out no oxtails and dick. Bri know what to do. Bri done got some jerk chicken and oxtail and dick. She know it's good over there. She ain't gonna let you play enough first and just give out oxtail and dick. Janelle, we didn't know who the fuck you was.
Exactly.
We didn't know who the fuck you was till Bri made you. Man, all I know it was Rob. It was the truth. We didn't know nobody know Bri. Bri done made you, nigga. Now you all out. Now that nigga dancing. Every time I see that, now this nigga on the video. Janelle, I thought that nigga was an actor. Bri got that nigga dancing. Every time I see Janelle, he dancing.
He got a
Bri
squeaky
done
ass
taught that
chair.
nigga some shit. Now he think he finna ish out some dick. Bri done taught you how to get this internet and that money. Now every time we look up, you making a motherfucking video. Now you calling the police on Bri. Bri done showed you how to get that money. Now this nigga done start calling the police on Bri. That nigga know Bri had a couple cases, and he think he try to turn everybody against Bri. But we didn't even know your motherfucking ass, Janelle. And I love my niggas, but man, we didn't know who the fuck you was. Till Bri brought your ass around, introduced you to everybody, and then I ain't gonna try to shit on Bri like that though, man.
Exactly.
Go lock my motherfucking girl up. Talking about you now. You done put all that jerk chicken and gave her that goddamn African dick, and you know that girl young, man. That girl in her 30s. You done gave that girl oxtails and dick. Yeah, she gonna snap out. You got another bitch over there. Y'all be acting like, oh man, she crazy. None of you bitches gonna let no niggas play in y'all faces like that. Give y'all oxtail and dick. Just give you jerk chicken and give you good dick. Then you wanna act like niggas playing crazy like he don't know. Man, you done fucked this bitch dick silly. You been fucking Bri so good, and I promise you, stop playing with that girl, man. That girl in her 30s, that girl young, she looking good. You done gave her that African dick or wherever you from. 2 minute jerk chicken, put a little spice in it. And now you trying to play in her face with other bitches. Janelle, stop playing, man. Stop playing with that woman, man. Stop acting like that woman just crashing out. And for all you dumbass bitches on here, know damn well that woman ain't crashing out. Niggas playing crazy right now. She done introduced this nigga to the world, got this nigga popping. Now everybody thinking, man, we didn't know this African ass nigga. This nigga just popped out the woodwork. Now he dancing on shit, making videos. She showed you the game. Respect that, man. Respect that, man. You done gave that woman jerk chicken. You fucking that woman all over cross sea in Africa, putting all type of little African shit on the woman living her best life. You done took this woman to Africa, showed this woman
Jamaica.
another life. This woman came from a relationship, man. She was getting beat up, hitting in the head with buckets. They were breaking this woman's fingers. Now you know they're giving that woman good dick. You know that woman gonna act a goddamn fool. Stop playing crazy, Janelle. This woman just came out of a relationship where she was getting her finger broke. The man was hitting the fucking head with bucket. And now you gave me this woman life, gave us an African dick, gave us some jerk chicken. And now she introduced you to this American way, how to get this money. Now you all in movies and shit. You act like we know you. We didn't know you now. Respectfully, Janelle, I swear to God, boss, we never knew you till Bree brought you out. Bree was popping. You got to respect the woman showed you how to get a bag. She showed you how to get a bag now. The woman showed you how to get a bag. Now you playing in the woman first. Want to have bitches all over to the house. Man, that woman that got hit in the head with a bucket. You think that woman won't hit you in the head with a bucket? They done broke her finger. You think Bree ain't ready to break some motherfucking fingers? Bree done getting hit in the motherfucking head with a bucket. She ready to show you how this shit feel, nigga. A motherfucker brought up to the light and broke her finger. When a motherfucker brought you to the spotlight and show you what it is, they'll hit you in the motherfucking head with a bucket or break your motherfucking fingers. Johnny, I advise you to calm down, get your shit in order, cause we rock with Bree. We rock with Bree. I rock with Bree.
That's right.
I ain't gonna let the internet fool me. Bree ain't no bad person like everybody thinks she is.
Nope.
She done made a few mistakes. She young, so she still got a chance to get her shit together.
That's right.
She made a fucking mistake like everybody, but at least she getting her shit together.
That's right.
She getting a bag, and she out here just living.
That's
ain't
right.
Nothing wrong with her dancing.
Ain't
She
at all.
dancing with them twins too. Still getting a bag.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
She getting a bag. So I'm telling you right now, man, I advise you to leave Bree alone, for they'll see Bree in the papers again. Yeah, they'll see Bree in the papers again. Please let Bree live, man. She been through enough shit as it is, man. I ain't telling y'all to kiss her ass, but let me tell y'all something. Bree have been through a lot of shit, and she young. Don't think that woman gonna let you play in her face like that, man. That woman is not gonna let you just get rich off her, get a bag, after she been hit in the head with tote buckets and shit like that, and she can tell surviving, hitting in the head with buckets. Bree ready to tell her story. Now you giving her African dick playing in her face. You better watch out, boy. Janelle, you better watch out. Stop playing with that woman. That woman making niggas, man. That woman has made you, bruh. You better stop playing with that woman like she's just a bad person. You better get your shit together and take care of them twins. And I know you going to court, but whatever you got going on, Bree have a lot of support, man. These ladies love them some Bree.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you now, Bree ain't going to be able to do too much wrong. Bree ain't going to be able to do too much wrong in these people's eyes. Knowing she was flouncing you around, speaking good about you, saying all these good things. Oh, Janelle, this and it was all about Janelle. Now it's fuck Bree. That's how it goes. See, people will rock with you coming out. Soon you get to making a little noise. Soon you think you get to doing the song. Now it's fuck me. You crazy. No, motherfucker, I'm the same motherfucker when you were broke, busted, and couldn't be trusted. Stop playing games, man. I love y'all. Happy Saturday, man. I'll let y'all enjoy y'all day. But when you get done, man, I'm Team Bree too, man. Much love, y'all.
He said, I'm Team Bree too. He said, y'all know they ain't gonna, Bree can't do no wrong. Bree can't do no wrong. They ain't about to say when Bree wrong. Bree can't do no wrong. He funny. Let's look at Bree video, y'all. Let's look at Bree video. Hold on. Video. Let's look at Bree video. Video. Let's look at Bree video. Hold on.
Yo, where you at? Oh, what you doing? Where you at? Okay, okay.
Where you at? There she go. There go the twins. There go Isaiah. There go. Damn, I can't even think of Lauren. Lauren hair looking good, girl. Lauren, your hair looking good, girl. They can't talk about Lauren hair no damn more. Bree has true supporters and they don't play about her. Yep. Bree has true supporters and they don't play about her. But let me just say something. In my opinion, you know, Bree does have supporters all over. We just a small branch of Bree supporters over here. But them motherfuckers sitting over there in TT's chat, hearing her talk shit about Bree, them ain't no Bree supporters. Them are opportunities just like TT. They ain't no Bree supporters. Fuck what you talking about. They hear that girl over there, all them shades thrown all over the place. Them ain't no fucking Bree supporters. Fuck them motherfuckers over there, okay? That part. Fuck them motherfuckers. They ain't no Bree supporters. They ain't no Bree supporters. Bree supporters wouldn't sit up under that shit. You hear me? Ain't no way they'll sit up under that shit. She said, Bree, we gonna tell you the truth. Yeah, we gonna tell her the truth. She said, I can't stop laughing. Yeah, them ain't no Bree supporters. Ain't no way they'll sit over there and coddle that fucking bullshit. You ain't coddling that shit. Sitting over there. Bree need to get it together. Bree need a house. And how somebody gonna say Bree need a house when they don't have no motherfucking house? She always talking about somebody need a car or a house. She ain't even got no fucking house. Bree need a house. Y'all buy Bree a house. Bree gonna get a house. Bree moving. Bree ain't staying there. Bree is moving, y'all. She losing fans with the indirect shade on Bree. Yeah, because listen, she wants to come full-fledged. Just like she said she didn't support me, she don't support Bree. That's old fake motherfucker. And that's why all them old Barbie baddies, whatever, the Keishas and all them motherfuckers over there thought they ran over there thinking, oh, let's go over here because, you know, we don't like Amora. Okay? Y'all goofy fucking asses. Y'all goofy fucking asses. Goofies. She's losing fans. Oh, I just read that one. She said exactly because that's what she's doing. Ain't start no fun, but throwing shade. Yep. She did comments about Bree. Anyone that supports Bree wouldn't be in that chat. Hell no. Ain't no way nobody could be in that chat that support Bree and sit there and listen to that shit. It's the moderators for me. It's the motherfucking mods. It's the motherfucking mods. It's the motherfucking mods. It's the motherfucking mods. And more, I know this is off topic, but when does the Anthony case start? It starts in June 1st. June the 1st, it starts June 1st. June 1st. She ain't got a house or a car. That baby car she driving. I ain't got a house. Talking about Bree need a house. Bree can get a house if she want one. Bree trying to figure some things out. Where she gonna stay? She said Royce has spoken. Where at? Where she spoke? You mean before or just recently? These are for Big Bree. We love you, Bree and her family. And then always trying to say we're not real Bree supporters. Man, how you gonna try? That girl can't take nothing from me. Nothing from me. She the one came over here faking this shit. She says on her Instagram. Okay, thank you. She the one came over here faking this shit like she pretending like she likes somebody. I ain't got to pretend. I came out here and showed. My work speaks for me. My work speaks for me, baby. Shit. Even after Bree stepped on my toes, in my opinion, I still came back out and got some people together. Even when we wasn't cool, I still came back out and got some people together. It says this content is no longer available. So did she take it down? Goddamn. So she just took it down just that fast? It looked like she came out and said what she said, but took it down, y'all. Hold on. I think she took it down. Let me see. Hold on. Royce Reed, I think she took it down. Oh, is this it? Hold on. Let's see if this is it. Y'all know when Royce put on that damn robe looking thing. Hold on.
Until you do right by me. It's always been about the kids, bitch. It's always been about the kids. Now you want to speak? I'm still blocked up, so I can't see what the fuck you're saying. But now you want to speak because he brought you into it? Girl! It's everybody else's fault? Wow! So you just don't think any of us fell for the antics either, right? None of us fell for the narcissism. Are you fucking crazy, Amy? Amber? What is it? Like, are you serious right now? You called me crazy, right? You said I was jealous. You said I wanted him when it's always been about the damn kids. And now you want to sit here and cry and sit here and be like, it's because of what everybody else did to him. No, it's because of what he does to people. Shit, I was just fucking first. I was collateral damage. Let's call Royce crazy, and people will believe it because I'm baby Jesus. Girl, shut up.
She said, girl, shut up. Hold on. Oh, that was 6 weeks ago. When she put on that gray hoodie, she about to say some shit, ain't she? Oh. She said, girl, shut up. Yeah, I guess Ross has spoken, baby. Okay, she said, it's always been about the kids. But you call me crazy. Girl, shut up. Okay. She is pretty. She pretty natural, too. She said, Ross, we knew you wasn't lying about Dwight. Yep, we knew she wasn't lying. We knew you wasn't lying, girl. You know she about to go sit on somebody's couch to do an interview again. She said, we got a lot with Amber. If her supporters love her, they would tell her bullshit. They would. Wait a minute, what now? She said, what now, Lolita? You said what? We got that a lot with Amber. If her supporters love her, they would tell her bullshit. Bullish. How they know we wasn't. They just want it done publicly so they can have something to talk about. Oh. She said, wait, was Amy crying about? Ain't catch that tea. Girl, she crying basically saying that Dwight, she caught Dwight trying to coach the 12-year-old to lie on her. And she said that crack rock, that crystal crack or whatever, is destroying their marriage, honey. Guess he depending too much on the, crack rocks than he is, worried about her, I guess. So, she told Amy to shut up. Shut it up, Amy. Shut it up. Anyway, I done been on this joker for 4 hours. I ain't even mean to, girl. I said this wasn't even going to be long. TT is hurt because she don't know what we are doing and have done for Bree. Exactly. Girl, please. She don't know. She knows. She knows we raised some good money for Bree. The video is on her Facebook page. Oh, it is? Let me look. She know we done been there for Bree. They think we're the only Bree supporters out here. They act like Bree don't have supporters, like she don't have other people that support her. They make it seem like we the only, And then wanna pretend like my whole chat is Bree supporters. That's what she try to I don't see it on her page. But that's what she tries to make it seem. And then her lying ass talking about I told her that I bought subs. I swear to God, that girl, her tongue gonna fall right out of her mouth. She told me she bought subs. Girl, you a damn lie. Child, there's a million other things that I buy. I think I pay for some. I pay for a... Child, I was about to say something. I would pay for something else before I pay for subs. Ain't no damn way I buy some fake ass followers or fake subs. That bitch lies so much. She told me she paid for subs. I'm like, this girl just a liar. Just a liar. Don't even care. Don't give a damn. Don't care at all. You got to read the first part of the comments. You know it's a character limit. I think I did, didn't I? Kevin and Dwight Howard shut roast up. Oh. She said a more live light isn't on. What do you mean my live light isn't on? What does that mean? What does that mean? Saying that I'm live? It's not on? Let me see. But anyway, y'all, I'm about to go. I'm about to get off. I done been on here forever, honey. Let me see. We didn't went to narcissist class and all, child. We didn't been to narcissist school and all. Tasha K is talking about the truth, is telling the truth about his ex. Girl, Tasha K don't know. Tasha K don't know. Tasha K wants some. They said Tasha K put up a GoFundMe for her legal fees, but I thought the legal fees were reduced down to $1 million. She still saying she owed $3 million. What is that about? She said Roy's live now. Where at? Where's she live now at? On Instagram? I thought she just went live. I don't see Roy's live. I don't see Roy's live. I'm on IG. How do you get her live? Isn't it, shouldn't it say? Oh, there you go.
At his house and said that he could say it was self-defense and they would believe him and not me because of who he is. This man has, I wouldn't say deep pockets, but he has deep connections. And for all of these years, 18 plus years, I have tried to walk around with my head high and act like I wasn't living in fear when I absolutely was. And even more so now, which is why I'm doing this right now, because he's a crash out. And I feel with her going on live and it's spreading everywhere now, he is going to lose his mind. And just like he said to her, just like he said to me, girl, you are not first.
Okay. That's her. That's Amy. It says, sorry, we're having problems with the video. So, and you said, whatchamacallit is on, Tasha K is on, hold on. Talking about Bree. Let me see. I don't see Tasha talking about Bree. She must have already did it. I don't see it. You said Tasha is on talking about Bree. I don't see it. Yeah, no, I don't see it. I don't see it, y'all, unless it's on her other page. Let me check her other page. Yeah, I don't see Tasha K talking about Bree. She said, why Tasha K did not pull up the video of him trying to set her up a month ago. She said, yeah, go get some rest for big surprise tomorrow. Oh, yeah, I do need to go get some rest. I really do. I need to get off this internet, y'all. Okay, I really do need to get off this internet. She said Tasha K, she over there about Bree finna cuss her out. Yeah, I don't see it. But anyway, y'all, I'm about to get off this internet. I done been on this internet for too damn long. I've been on this internet for 4 hours, honey. That's like working almost a full shift at work. Y'all, thank y'all for the super chat, super stickers, the tips, and all. I appreciate you guys. Binky Bink, Jen Hen, Monica, Troy Parks, Love, Rita, 200K, Cheryl Gale. That's why you to go, because you see them fully already. And Candy and Barbara, thank you, girl. Troy Parks, Vanita. Thank you so much, Janice, Troy, Slap Your Mammy. Miss Chill Lady. Is it Miss Chill Lady? Chill Lady. I think that's how you say it. Thank you, Vera, Bocamoso, Barbara again, Binky Bink again at 200K again. Thank you, Vet, 200K again and again. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Chilly Lady, Chill Lady. Thank you, Bree. I'm more the sad part is she just continues to call you. Yeah, her says, yeah. Thank you, 200. Thank you, Troy Parks, darling. Thank you, TV's Joyce. Thank you, Binky Bink. Thank you, Troy, Joanne, Carmelita, Candy Girl, and Troy Parks again. Thank y'all so very much. Y'all, listen. Oh, it's Shy Girl. Oh, Miss Shy Lady. Oh, Shy Lady. Gotcha. Thank you so much. Got it. Listen, tomorrow I got a surprise for y'all. I don't know exactly the time, but I will be live tomorrow with my surprise. She said, play that song. Okay, girl, I'll play it, honey. Y'all ready for the gold mint? Y'all ready for the gold mint? Well, shake a tail feather, baby.
Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now. Go Met, yeah, it's up now. Big super chest, hit up, cash sound, screen say go. That's facts now. Run it up right now.
You know what? I want to say something. So I just pulled up Tasha K's GoFundMe, right? Tasha K put up a GoFundMe and she's raised $5,000 so far. Y'all, we raised $14,000 for Brianna, right? In a matter, well, we raised $3,000 in a matter of about an hour. Tasha K has only raised $5,000. Well, I think Bree do have more supporters than her. Never mind. I was about to say, but we raised that with just us, the LOUDTalkerz. We raised 15K or 14. I think it was 14K. Or was it 14K, y'all? Somebody tell me the number. I can't remember. Was it 14K or 13K? Well, however much it was, I think it was 14K or 15K. But we raised that just with us. You know what I mean? So, anyway. She said she got a long way to go. Girl, she got a long way. But anyway, I'm up here eating candy now. She said, I'm currently making my court order payments of $20K per month from my own income. And I will continue to make those payments regardless of what is raised here from my own income, meaning I will personally contribute my own funds to pay this down faster. Every dollar raised through the GoFundMe will be strictly toward reducing the judgment balance. Many people don't see what happened behind the scenes. Even while making my payments, creditors can still bring me back to court for examination and filings. Each appearance court costs time, energy, and legal fees. It keeps me tied up in a system that never seems to end. I don't have 3.5 million sitting in cash, but with the help of my community, we can accelerate paying this off so I can finally move forward and focus on creating, reporting, and entertaining without constant interruptions. Oh, wow. So, hey, I say this. This is honestly the only birthday gift I am asking for this year. To ensure full transparency, the books will be shared quarterly so everyone can see exactly where every dollar goes. Well, let me just say this. If her wino gang, the wino gang, if they love her and they come up with the 3.5, I say kudos to her, baby. You hear me? I ain't mad at her. Who mad about this? Okay, queen. If they can do it, I say do it. She started a GoFundMe. She showed it with Cardi B. 3.5 million. She done already had 202 people to donate. She done raised $5,000 already. Just an hour ago. Oh no, 2 hours ago, my bad. Oh no, 3 hours, or 4 hours ago. Oh, hold on. It started, oh shit, 21 hours ago. Damn it, 21 hours, all she got is, in 21 hours, well, 21 hours, almost 24 hours. So almost in a day, she raised 5,000. That ain't bad. 5,000 a day, that ain't bad, I guess. I would think it would be more, but I don't know. She said more, look at the comments. Oh, look at the comments on her GoFundMe. Let me see. I don't see no comments. She must have turned off the comments. I don't see the comments. She must have turned them off. I don't see no GoFundMe comments, so she must have removed them. Oh, she said no on this one. Oh, read these comments. Oh. Okay. Who comment I need to read? Oh, to protect my location for tomorrow? Oh, I am. I'll protect my location. I will. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon, for the love, baby. Appreciate you. She said, may my mouth never make me write a check that my big ass can't cash. Okay. She can gain more if she asks all her supporters to send $1. Yep, girl. You hear me? I think that's a good ass idea while you playing. You remember LaTruth tried to do that? And they wouldn't look out for him. He was like, if I can get everybody to send me $1. Child, it's an experiment. I tried to do it on here one day and I got $19. I'm gonna do it one day. I got $19. I told everybody to send me $1. I got $19. I was like, damn. I was trying to prove something to LaTruth. I was like, everybody send me $1 right quick. Girl, $19. And I was like, damn, I can't even prove what I'm trying to prove to LaTruth. I wanted to say I get more support than he do. I think I had like 200 or 300 people in there. She said, I sent my $1. Girl, I got $19 that day. That shit was the funniest shit ever. I couldn't even prove myself. I was like, damn, I can't say not a goddamn thing. She talking about it was funny. It was funny. She said, I sent mine too, girl. Yeah, 19 of y'all sent. Everybody else was like, I ain't sending no damn dollar. I wanted to prove a point. I was like, let me show him how much love I got in here with my loud talkers. I was like, everybody, can y'all send me $1 right now? Send me $1 right now. And baby, shit, I got $19. Man, my face was tight as hell. I'm talking about tight. My face was tight. Thank you, Troy Park. She said, here go my $1. She said, let's go send $1. Girl, my face was tight as hell. I got $19. I ain't even asked no boy after that. I was just like, okay. I could see how hard it is because the truth was like, if I got real supporters, if you guys could just send me $1 right now, just $1, if y'all can all just send me $1 right now, that I have what I need to rebuild and blah, blah, blah. And I like, let me show him how people could, let me show him what it means to have your supporters step for you. I was like, let me show off my supporters, baby child. Them supporters was like, girl, I'm not about to entertain your foolishness. You hear me? Not about to entertain you, girl. So anyway, she said I sent mine via a PayPal. Yeah, I had a few of y'all. Y'all showed up. But some people don't like doing PayPal. I'm gonna get Venmo. Have y'all used Venmo? I'm gonna get Venmo. Is Venmo easy to use? Anybody? Got me over here eating these hot tamales. Do y'all use Venmo? Anybody use Venmo? Nobody? Did y'all go to sleep on me? The comments must have stopped. I guess they did. The comments stopped, y'all. It does that sometime. Let me see. She said, I've been with you for a long time. Keep being amazing. And what are you eating? Girl, eating some damn, as I need to stop chewing, to be honest with you. I'm eating some hot tamales. She said, just Zelle for me. Oh, okay. She didn't know I don't use it. I like Venmo. I used to pay my rent. Does Venmo take any type of, like, do you have to have Venmo to send Venmo? Thank you, Troy, for being a supporter, baby. Appreciate you. She said, I only use Zelle. Okay. She said, we talking to you. I see it now. It was a little delay. She said, I'm cleaning and listening. Who cooking tomorrow? All y'all? I'm going to go out to eat. I'm going to see if Jay want to come with us. I know he will. Jay ain't going to let me go with nobody by myself. He was like, you don't know these people. She said, I just ate some salmon patties and rice and sweet peas. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know about the sweet peas, but the salmon patty and rice tastes good. I mean, sound good. You had onions in your salmon patties? Sounds so delicious. I don't know about those sweet peas, though. I ain't had sweet peas in forever. Lasagna soup? Oh, I ain't never heard of that. Lasagna soup. Let me look. Who the F did we support, baby? Lasagna soup. I want to see what it looked like. Oh, hold on. It look good. It does look good. It kind of look like chili. I can eat that. I can eat that. Yep, I could eat that. Especially if it's cheesy. Ooh, yes. I could eat that. Creamy white lasagna soup look good too. I think I like the creamy white one better. Let me show you what the creamy white one look like. I can eat this. The creamy white. That look good. It got spinach in it. It look like it got a blue cheese or maybe Philly cheese in chunks. That look good. The chicken. Oh yeah, I'll eat that. Lobster mashed potatoes. Ooh, lobster mashed potatoes. Mmm. Throwing some chicken leg in the crock pot. Okay. 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 Well, anyway, y'all making me hungry. She said, I did the sauceless spaghetti. Oh my God. Sauceless spaghetti? Sauceless spaghetti? Oh, let me look. Sauceless spaghetti. Sauceless spaghetti. Nah. So it's just noodles and the meat? Yeah, nah. I don't think I don't like that. She said, you gonna be constipated eating all that cheese. Probably so, child. You gotta take a laxative, honey. She said, yes, Lord. To God be the glory. Anyway, I love y'all. Y'all hit that thumbs up button on the way out, and I'm gonna talk to you guys later. She said that does look good. Are you talking about the sauceless spaghetti? I don't think I can get down with the sauceless spaghetti. But the other thing looked good, the white lasagna. I'm trying to look at this sauceless spaghetti, and it's just a no for me. That looks too plain and too boring and too, I don't know what the hell. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't eat that. That's just like eating some damn noodles. Nah, eating a big bowl of noodles. I need my sauce, baby. I need my sauce in it. She said the white lasagna. Yeah, the white lasagna did look good. So I'm not fooling with no spaghetti sauce with no spaghetti with no sauce. Yeah, right? All right, y'all hit that thumbs up. I love y'all. I'm going to talk to y'all later. Bye now. Have a good night.
Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our names.
Jay!
She kept talking about
We
that
got these
family.
hoes over there about
She kept
bad.
talking about that family. She kept talking
Internet
about that
gangsters.
family. She kept talking about that family. She kept talking about that family. That family. She kept talking about that family. Talking about that family.
These motherfuckers got me want to listen something about.
Because they can't make $1 without mentioning down one of our